Hello, chat. I am determined. Oh, I forgot I was bike board. Shit. There we go. Goober? Yes, that is me. Hello. Today I plan to go to Stormblood. I am filled with determination. I'm eating cereal? Understandable. I gambled and lost. I just assumed he would be up there for once. Eh? You wanna buy what? I don't know what you're up to, but I want no part of it. Well, you're the ones with the gill, and seeing as you're friends of Papalymo here. Tunic and slips for the both of you, tailored and treated to your taste. Now off with you before someone sees us together. Clothes maketh the man, as they say. Who the fuck says that, Alfino? Right then, I will go and change and see you at the spot Papalymo marked on our maps. Oh my god, there's two of them. I hate it here. Whatever. You know, right? What's outside? Okay. Fina, why you looking like that? I know why. It's just funny. Well, look at us. A pair of down-at-heel adventurers seeking a chance to recapture past glories. Yes, this should this should suffice, Dripless, truly. Now we play the waiting game.
My thanks, comrades. You must be the esteemed adventurers of whom I've heard so much. I understand you have taken an interest in our cause.
A great interest, you might say. Your words have certainly made quite an impression on my friend and I. The Resistance has long, and some would say wisely, avoided open engagements with the Garleans, but you and yours seem confident against the world in arms. I can only assume you have good reason to be so bold. Why, one might even think you are planning to summon a primal. Because that would do much to explain the sizable shipment of crystals you recently received from your smuggler friends, whom our Ishgardian allies have since detained, lest you wonder.
I'd like to hear more about the Griffin. The real Griffin. Your performance earlier didn't fool us.
Ah, the famous scions of the Seventh Dawn. I should have known better than to think I could conceal the truth from you lot. You are right. I am not the Griffin, but I speak with his voice, and it was at his behest that we procured those crystals. You are wrong, however, if you think that we procured them to summon a primal. We used them to reach an accord with the Amalja. In exchange for crystals to summon their god, they will aid us in the fight for Alamegan liberation.
It's still summoning a primal. Just because you're not the one actively doing it doesn't mean that you're not facilitating it and therefore causing a problem.
You've got to be joking. Have you gone completely mad? When people find out you helped the Lizardmen summon Ifrit, they'll turn on the Resistance. Alamigo will never be free.
U.S. foreign policy.
This isn't a fairy tale, girl. We don't have the luxury to play at being honorable heroes.
Isn't that right, Elbert? I'm still guessing that's who this is.
It's because the likes of you wouldn't sully your saintly hands that Alamigo's been under the yoke for the past 20 years. But the Griffin won't stand for it, and neither will we. We're ready to do whatever it takes.
What proof do you have of this arrangement with the Amalja?
What? Aside from a lack of crystals? None. But the beastmen have a great big pile of the things if you fancy looking. You might want to hurry, though. It'll not be long before they summon their god. Search our camp if you don't believe me. We have naught to hide.
If there is a cache to be found, Ida and I will find it.
Then let us be off. Are you perchance the Warrior of Light? Aye, I thought so. You should know that a great many who have joined us did so because you saved them. Because you showed them that one brave woman can make a difference. You saved me too once. Helped a friend over in Quarry Mill make some medicine I needed. But that was a lifetime ago.
Wait.
On behalf of my brothers and sisters, I thank you. You gave us hope where there was none, courage and strength when all was lost. We shall not squander your gift.
I know that look, Ida, and I do not like it. You cannot seriously be contemplating taking up arms with that band of cutthroats.
I just...
If the Griffin and his men have their way, it is only a matter of time before the situation in Alamigo comes to a head. Your homeland's future teeters on a knife edge, and any reckless action, however small, could have irrevocable consequences. You mustn't lose sight of that, Ida. When the time comes, we must all make our choices, but we must do so in full possession of the facts. Now, let us away. There is work to be done.
Oh, so Yuta's from Alamigo. Good to know. Quarry mill, he said. Do you remember? Forgive me. You cannot be expected to recall every name and face, and besides, it's not as if it matters. I don't remember what he looked like, but I remember it happening. Don't worry, Alfino. I have long admired how you live in the present, how you focus on the problems at hand, and always keep moving forward. So let us keep moving forward together, Moira. We must find and secure those crystals. This is no time for looking back. Food. Spaghetti! If we take the Griffin's double at his word, then the crystals are now somewhere within Zaharak, ready to be put to use by the Amalja. Spaghetti! Yep. We must apprise Azael. I don't remember names anymore. Alize. Of all we have learned, I will join you both in Little Alamigo after I have changed. Understandable. I forgot Thancred was here, I'm gonna be honest with you. Now that Thancred has finally oh, that's because he wasn't. Has finally arrived, mayhap you would share your latest findings? You mean to tell me that while we were worrying ourselves sick, Yida and Papa Lima were here all along? Well, Y'shtola will be relieved. And also angry. Mainly angry, I should think. As for the crystals, what choice do we have? We cannot very well leave them in the hands of the Amalja. For all we know, they could be preparing to summon Ifrit. Even as we speak, we must make to Zaharak? What? Without delay. Agreed. If there's not else to discuss, let us depart at once. And so they go forth in accordance with the Griffin's plan. Hello, totally not Urianger. The players gather to assume their marks on a stage wreathed in flame. Ere long the curtain shall rise, and the drama of which I am author, gods forgive me, shall at last be performed. Not all remaineth, save to stand at the ready and pray that the chance is seized, for never shall we know what it's like again. Oh. I confess I expected a warmer greeting, but we must not jump to conclusions, not until we have braved the bowls of ember. We must be ready to engage the enemy at any moment. If you would make for any final preparations, pray do so now. I shall wait your signal. Cutscene time! Okay, game. Let's do it.
This isn't right. The Amalja would never leave this place so poorly guarded.
Not willingly, no.
Ah,
the saviors of Eorzea. Slow as ever.
By the 12. Will you never learn?
You know, you're right. Mayhap it is time for a change of tack. Killing primals, tormenting beastmen, hastening the birth of a new god. It's all a bit much, isn't it? And frankly, we don't have the leisure to do it. But killing the warrior of light, on the other hand, that would soon plunge Eorzea into chaos.
Wait, find me right now. Come
One
on.
life for one world. A fair exchange. Wouldn't you agree?
Lest you forget, you've more than one opponent.
Carbuncle! Defend me!
Bunny.
I sense you will offer more than mere target practice, unlike your sister.
Alize!
Alize, aren't you a red mage? Start red maging.
Did I not tell you, Alphino? I am not the girl I once was. My brother was always the clever one, while my talents lay elsewhere.
That's not red mage. What's happening?
If you would dare to stand against us, to destroy all that we hold dear, then you shall die by my sword.
She's a magical girl now, I guess?
Let's finish this.
Gladly.
You shall fall soon enough.
There's no escape!
Healing. Oh, I need to think I got it. Oh.
It ends now. What?
The chains!
You snake! You would betray us as well?
He that holdeth fast unto his convictions shall never count betrayal amongst his crimes, though all the world may call him villain. My path is unchanged, my creed sacrosanct. This I believe with all my heart. But say, warrior of darkness, and speak true, what dost thou believe? That rendering up the souls of thy world in service to the rejoining will grant it salvation? Nay.
By the 12! Oriange!
Mine apologies, Master Alphino. That the brightest light might shine, duty did compel me to walk in darkest shade.
You sweet fool. I was almost willing to believe you had turned against us. I expect a full explanation when this is over. For now, may I assume you have turned your cloak for the last time?
Thou mayest, my lady.
Book. I crafted a very similar
By thy
book
leave.
yesterday.
Even odds, then. No matter. We'll crush the lot of you in one fell swoop!
Understood.
Hearken to me. We only have one chance.
This
Channel
is a
your
video
ether
game. We have a
into
lot
my
more
blade
than
that
that.
I might strike before the mage casts his spell. I cannot do it alone, but together we can defeat them.
Oh, this is an anime. Through the power of friendship, we will defeat these villains.
Make ready! They come!
How do I do that game?
I must have more ether.
It's that probably how to do that game. Dave, do me a favor and tell me how to do the mechanic. There we go.
The ether! It's not enough!
Murder, channel murder. Got it. How do I do? It's very inconsistent, got it.
I can feel it. Just a little more.
Hurry it up, neighbor! I'll crush you!
My police channel now game. Where does it want me? Where game? There we go. I assume you can't do it while enemies are attacking here. Ah.
'Tis done! With this blade, I banish the darkness!
Oh, she set off a flashbang.
Not like this.
Slash nuke. Pick your poison. Nice. Funny Moogle noises. Somebody popped fish
Alize,
stitches.
are you hurt?
A touch dizzy, but otherwise fine. Thank you.
And there you have it. Our friend is too stubborn to die.
It do be like that.
We are far from finished.
Whatever you say, basic white man, probably named Kyle.
Or have you never considered how we came to this world?
No, and I frankly don't give a shit.
Crystals? You mean, like the Ascians?
Just so. As the Ascians flee unto the rift twixt planes with crystals of darkness, so did these warriors come hither with crystals of light.
Eloquent, as always. Aye, like the Ascians, we too are beyond death. You cannot defeat that which is eternal.
May I have several crystals of light? I could probably do that too, dumbass.
Wait! Such methods as the Ascians employ require the renunciation of the flesh.
Nah.
You would have had to...
At long last, you see. To save our world, we gave our lives. We were just adventurers trying to make our way. An odd job here, a favor there. We never aspired to be warriors of light. But word of our deeds spread, and soon people were calling us heroes. They placed their hopes and dreams on our shoulders and bid us fight for all that was good and right.
They would be so disappointed with you right now.
We fought, and we fought, and we fought, until there was no one left to fight. We won. And now our world is being erased from existence.
And that gives you the right to do it to other people's? Why?
We did everything right. Everything that was asked of us, and still it came to this. You of all people should understand. We will not falter. We brought our world to the brink of destruction, and now we must save it.
I've died before, Arbet. I'm not afraid to die again.
No matter how many times we fall, we must rise and carry on the fight for those we left behind.
You guys are... You can't make me feel good about these guys by giving them their goofy little speech, because they're still advocating for genocide. And I am categorically against that. Man, imagine having crystals that don't give you heartburn.
To have known the depths of sorrow and embraced the highest sacrifice. Nonetheless, Master Louis Sois, guide my hand, I pray you, as fate's thread spinneth upon this most capricious spindle. Quickly!
What's your plan?
Thou must needs invoke the power of thy crystal.
Which one? I have flavors. Pick one, Urianger. Blue raspberry, got it. Got it right here. Big Mom Rock would be so disappointed in these guys.
What is this place?
This is this is character creator. Welcome, Elfino.
Such pain. Such sorrow. Oh, my dear children.
It can't be.
Mother Heidelin, hearken unto your children's plea. From two worlds do we gather, and from two worlds do we offer a bounty of light. In this desperate hour we do beseech your intercession. We beg an audience with the word of the Mother, with your chosen Minfilia.
Your cries go not unheard, nor your sacrifices unnoticed. Though many are lost, there are those we can yet save, whom I can yet save.
Minfilia.
Put those grippers away, Minfilia.
Blessed children of the first, the light of your world hath grown blinding in its radiance, but it is not yet absolute. I will hie me to your world, and there take unto myself the light which riseth even now to drown it, as darkness once did drown another.
Now you deign to answer our prayers? I will suffer this farce no longer!
The checksum just followed.
Oh, thank you for the follow.
As the Asians must serve as instruments of Zodiac's will, so too must others carry out the will of Heidelin.
Or did a Resident Evil boss come out of that Christmas star? Timing. One of these days I'll figure out why there's music playing. That's this long. I thought I fixed the music playing that long, but here we are. I cannot be destroyed by any creative which here possesses. Gimli, son of Golan.
But for the boon you have granted her, she has grown strong enough to set me free, that I might serve as her emissary.
Sorry, I probably should have walked in a little quieter. It's good, not your fault. The door is squeaky.
Your suffering, your sacrifice, your supplications, she has heard all. We will not let the first fall to light. Thank you, Urianger, for bringing everyone here. It fills my heart with joy to look upon the faces of my friends once more.
In taking you unto her bosom, I knew that Heidelin had bequeathed to you a sliver of her grace, granting you strength long sought.
Phrasing, Urianger, phrasing.
And in treating with the Asians, I learnt of a star like unto our own, a doomed world of fallen heroes, in whom I glimpsed ourselves, the first. Full long did I search for a means to save this world, concluding at the last that the answer lay in the power of blessed crystals. And
Turning
thus
the
did I labor
Asians.
to set light against dark. Yet I knew from the beginning that this salvation would not come without sacrifice. For the instrument of the first's deliverance would of necessity be required to journey thither, there to remain, mayhap forever.
You orchestrated all of this, not to save her, but to send her away!
One life for one world. Such was the bargain, and you the coin, though it were not mine to spend.
Have we not walked together in the light of the crystal, and at her bidding borne witness to the joys and sorrows of this land? Each and every one of you knows my heart. If this be the price I must pay, I pay it gladly.
Never trust a mofo who uses words like thither, tither. Yeah.
You would go alone then?
My dearest Thancred, you who have ever watched over me, I am truly grateful for all you have done on my behalf, as would my father be. Your kindness, your compassion, your love. These are your gifts to me, and our gifts to them, forming a bond which transcends time and space.
I love how there's a deep, heartfelt conversations happening,
Sometimes
and
I
there's just the
forget
basic,
you are not the child I once knew.
just these basic ass characters
Make
in the
me proud.
background.
Long have I watched you from Heidelin's side, watched as you nurtured and kept safe the light of the dawn. The dark recesses of the world hide untold secrets and dangers. Thus do I entrust to you, Tupsimati. I pray you, keep to the path that you may never have need of it.
Now what, Kyle?
'Twould seem the power of our crystals is all but spent. Perhaps, if there is naught else to be done.
Don't these guys have to come back for a different DLC?
Hear me, servants of Heidelin. If you would have us place our trust in you, then I would ask a favor. Take us with you. Take us home.
Oh, that's actually really sad.
We were blind to the truth once, so I tell you this, as one fool to another. Light, dark, it doesn't matter. What matters is how you choose to use them. We made our choice and you see what came of it, so please, forge a different path. Seize a better fate.
It is a strange feeling. So many times have I watched you depart, my heart filled with worry. And ever did you return to me in triumph.
So if you haven't gathered, it's basically AUU. I figured.
Someday, when I have found a way to free this star from her sorrow, I promise you I shall repay the favor.
Oh shit, how are you gonna tell her mom?
Thank you, Lemmy, for everything.
That's how we're gonna tell her mom. Got it. Well, keeps me from having to do it, I guess. I still don't feel good about it. Thancred, are you still gonna be a depressed bitch? Something tells me yes. It is your specialty. It would seem we are in southern Thanaland again, and Philia's doing, no doubt. May the 12 speed her on her way, and the Warriors of Darkness too. I cannot help but wonder what awaits those wayward souls. If they gave their lives in order to travel to the source, then in returning to the first, would they not... But mayhap that was their wish. Oh my god! Forgive me, my thoughts were elsewhere. And this is when I know full well, there's yet to be done. There is yet work to be done. The crystals. Leave them to me. I will go back to Zaharak and secure them. The Amalja will still be in disarray after the thrashing of the Warriors of Darkness gave them. They are not like to notice a lone bar or sulking about. But Thancred, you don't have to do this, I know, but I want to. I will see you at the Rising Stones. I should go and find Ida and Papalymo. They have finished searching the Masks camp by now. Not that it matters anymore. Hello. You must be tired, Moira. I know I am. If thou wilt permit me, my lady, I would ask a question. When didst thou become aware of mine independent pursuits? Easy. When the cutscene happened. When I saw you meeting with that warrior of darkness in the Ascian Way in the Great Library. I tried not to think the worst. You've never been one to confide in others, so I knew that even were your intentions pure, you would not share your plans with us until you felt the time was right. But I cannot deny that a part of me feared you had simply betrayed us. Would that there had been another way. I know that I took no pleasure in it, deceiving thee, and that these sins will forever weigh heavy on my heart. I understand why you did what you did, that you but sought to achieve the greatest good while inflicting the least harm. Not many would have the courage to make that choice. But even knowing what came of your actions, I find that I cannot condone them. I'm sorry. It's understandable. Moira, forgive me, but I believe the events of the day have taken their toll on me. I should like to rest for a while. If thou wilt grant me leave, I would gladly escort thee unto refuge of thine own choosing. Once my lady hath regained her strength, we shall rejoin thee at the Rising Stones. Until then, Warrior of Light. I don't like how Yurianji talks, especially because I have to read it out loud. Oh. I'm being given things. I'll take money. I like money. Thank you. Thank you for money.
Ha!
Wait, where does it want me to go? Papalymo? How close am I to Stormblood at this point? I know I had less than 20 quests left. Quite? What do you mean, quite? I'm with the guild. I'm just on my main account. Okay, cool. Nice. Quite close? Hell yeah. Why is this quest name so long? Ooh, I have 9 quests left. I'm up here now. I don't know if they want me to go to Dragonhead with them or not. I don't know what's happening. No, okay. Well met, Moira. Alfino said you would be joining us. Twould seem the Griffin's double was telling the truth insofar as we found nothing resembling a sizable cache of crystals in the Mask's camp. Did you chance find one in Zodiark? No, Zodiark's the boss. Whatever. Actually. And then he recounts the past 30 minutes. I don't believe it. The crystals, Minfilia, all of it, it's just, I don't know what it is. Overwhelming. I sympathize Yida. Even now I struggle to comprehend that which I saw. The only thing I can say with any certainty is that I feel blessed to have been granted a final chance to speak with her. 'Twas bittersweet, aye, but also affirming. Alfino, I believe it is past time Yida and I rejoined the Scions. We have been away far too long. You're gonna get yelled at by Y'shtola, I hope you know. Though I am loath to leave the Griffin to his own devices, I feel our investigation would benefit from your more dispassionate perspectives, and I hope that we might, in turn, offer our own opinions on the many challenges that you have faced in our absence. Guys, it's been absolutely ages, hasn't it? I can't wait to hear about everyone's adventures. We killed so many dragons. We should be glad to recount them, and Tataru's tales may well surprise you. Oh, hello. Yida? Relgar be praised. It is you. Ida, alive and standing here before me in the flesh. I can hardly believe my eyes. Oh, come now. Has it really been so long that you don't remember me? It's Gundabald. I fought beside your father in the revolution. Do not think less of her, friends. It's been 20 years since the occupation sent us our separate ways. But the resistance were always welcome in Little Alamigo. They gave us hope, and young Ida most of all. Ida here was always full of fire. I were the first to volunteer for a mission until the day she up and vanished, that is. There were rumors, and we feared the worst, but here you are, alive and well, looking nearly a day older. Well, what can I say? I am sorry for running off like that and making you all worry. It's a long story, but you see, I got involved with my friends here, the Scions. Oh, sorry, we were still the Circle of Knowing back then, right? Anyway, I wanted to come back and tell you, but it was all very secretive stuff at the time, and as you can see, I'm completely fine. Aggressive humming. I know I've got a lot to talk about, and we will. But right now, I've got to hurry back to our headquarters. My friends are expecting me. Press X to doubt. Pray forgive her. It's been a very long day for us all. I promise we will visit again at the first opportunity. But what's going on with Ida? Let us return to the Rising Stones. Is Ida not actually Ida? He'll take me for giving you that mask. What? What do you mean? Is this the Stormblood setup? Hello, Elfino. I'm very confused. Can you explain what the fuck just happened? Welcome home, Moira. I trust your journey was uneventful. You will be pleased to hear that Thancred has secured the crystals. He sent word a short while ago. Once he has delivered them safely into the Temple Knight's care, he will rejoin us here, and we can declare this matter officially resolved. While awaiting your arrival, I took the opportunity to contact Y'shtola and Kryl and briefed them on all that has occurred. I also requested that they return to the Rising Stones at their earliest convenience. Now that our lost friends have been found, it would seem need to discuss the future.
Back in the Solar. It's been too long since we were all together like this. Not since after Moonbraider.
Don't remind me.
Much has changed since then. We ourselves, most of all.
Though not all who were lost could be gathered here today, we may take comfort in the knowledge that those who are not are carrying on the fight.
While I am grateful to our friends in the north for their hospitality, it isn't half good to be back.
But, as Papalima rightly said, much has changed since we last stood here. The Scions of the Seventh Dawn are not as they once were, nor should we be. Our travels in the north brought us into contact with a host of fine and generous people, and their selfless deeds serve to show me that it is not lofty causes that should inform our actions, but our hearts. And I hope that the Scions might continue in this manner, as individuals driven by individual principles. Provided we all sincerely desire to work towards Eorzea's salvation, I believe the paths we follow to achieve it need not, and should not, be dictated by any single ideal.
Companions bound by a common purpose, free to go whither they will. The idea is not without merit. Very well. I shall resume my research of the primals and the elder gods of Eorzea. Should anyone have need of my findings, you need only ask.
Let me know when you find Cthulhu.
I should be glad of your continued assistance.
Well, my main purpose in coming here was to see the signs of the Seventh Dawn restored and my dear friend found. Nevertheless, having involved myself in your struggles, I feel compelled to see them through to the bitter end. For Minfilia's sake. That is, if there are no objections.
Yay, we get to keep Kryl!
You will always be welcome here, Kryl.
Urianger, can we trust you to carry on your investigation of the Ascians as before?
Regardless of mine own desires, I am undeserving of your trust, having so villainously deceived you all.
Now, I'll hear no more of that. 'Twould be disrespectful of Minfilia's wishes.
Get told off.
She entrusted matters here to us, that we might protect this star and understand the truth which hides at her heart. Mayhap I can handle the former, but I think you far better suited to the latter. No?
Very well. Then out of love for my Lady Minfilia and Moonbreeder both, this shall be my solemn charge.
Papalimo and I should probably return to Thanalan to keep an eye on the Resistance. There's still the matter of the Griffin and the Amalja, not to mention the new Imperial Viceroy. That little lot must be worthy of our attention, right?
And what will you do, Alize?
You know I have no great love for organizations and formalities. That being said, this new approach you propose is not wholly objectionable. And we've always got her to keep us from bickering.
Sorry, Miss Tell. Okay. It's okay. I can't see it anyways.
But I will suffer no titles. I am not here for House Leveilleur, nor to walk in Grandfather's shadow.
Upon that point, we see eye to eye. If it please you, you may think of me as but another comrade in arms.
I'm with Tataru on this one.
Well then, Alfie, I for my part shall see to the paperwork and the finances with my characteristic aplomb.
I would not have it any other way, Tataru.
Alfie!
And we mustn't forget you. What now for the Warrior of Light?
I don't know. What's the next part of the plot that I have to go do? You tell me.
Indeed.
The path behind us was fraught with hardship, and the path before us will be no less unforgiving. But a new dawn shall break over the realm, and I see before me the faces of those who will deliver it.
Look at them, Moira, the signs of the 7th dawn. Look how far we've come. The people we've met, the moments we've shared, the losses we've suffered, the tragedies we've overcome. All of it has made us who we are today. Where we go from here and what the future holds, only the 12 know. But I know that we will find out together.
One world's heroes are another world's villains. One world's loss, another world's gain. Where men go as one, there is life. And where there is life,
My friends, if I may, I would ask that you entrust Tupsimati to me.
Why?
Clouds gather upon the horizon, and as Master Louisoix's disciple, I would keep it close at hand.
Stick. It's almost even the right size for him.
Thank you. I shall guard it well.
there is cause to hope.
Ida, are you okay? I'm worried about you.
For every ending, every parting, marks a new beginning.
Old Pappy's whacking stick. Truly. Well done, brother. You may resume your normal duties and rejoin the others. The coming battle should be our greatest yet, and I intend to stand with you all on that glorious day. Hey, why are you where I get my job quests? Oh god, is Elidibus. True believers are so readily led. I've given them everything they desired, all for which they have prayed. I doubt you can say the same for your own bonds. Damn! Get what you wanted to then? Was it all worth it in the end? There were some unexpected developments, but they were ultimately to our advantage. Be it host to a surfeit of light or dark, a world bereft of equilibrium is but a void and waiting, and a void is of no use to my master. I shall follow her emissary with great interest. As for the pawns whom you so pity, they have delivered unto me a gift, which I do now present to you. Oh no. I spent all of fucking Heaven's Word trying to get rid of those things. Testes. The eyes of Nidhogg. Many were the candidates considered, but by your deeds you have proven yourself the most deserving. I've spent so long getting rid of those. Why'd you bring them back? Was Heaven's Word for naught? Did my boy die for nothing? A man of boundless rage and bottomless despair is in those breast beats a heart which thirsts for vengeance. Only you are fit to wield these eyes, for weal or for woe. Alright, am I gonna have to go fight Nidhogg again when it inevitably consumes this fuckwit? This is why you properly dispose of batteries, truly. Ooh, where's this? This Alamigo? That'd be cool. Oh wait, no, is this as is law? So it was here all along. Oh, there you are. I haven't seen you in a minute, Nero. What are you gonna do now? Be annoying some more? Inconvenient? Oh, just you wait, my pretty. You and I are going to have so much fun. Spoken like a real creep at a bar. Moira, just the cure I wanted to see. Would you mind doing me a small favor? I need you to meet me at the Diamond Forge. This won't take too long, I promise. Where's the Diamond Forge? Have I been there before? I don't remember. How do you forge diamonds? Alright, so I have been here. I just forgot what it was called. I'm sorry to drag you away from your duties, but as I said, this won't take long. I just need you to stand perfectly still for a few moments. I'm so scared. What are you doing? Oh wait, is she getting me a new outfit? I'm scared. Right, everyone? Ready to go to work? No squirming now. Oh, and you might want to close your eyes. I'm scared. Help. What's happening? I'm so scared. What did they do to me? They're all finished. The Warrior of Light's every measurement from heroic head to intrepid toe. Did they beat my ass while doing it? It didn't have to be that dramatic. Well, wouldn't you like to know? All in good time, Moira. All in good time. Oh, hi, Yida. Aha! Found you. Alfino wants everyone in the Solar for a meeting. I don't know what it's about, but he seems to think it was very important. Go on, we have everything we need. No sense in keeping everyone waiting.
We're here. Did we miss anything?
We would not presume to begin without you, Ida. Urianger has returned to the Waking Sands, but everyone else is now present.
Yes, but for what exactly? We all have duties to attend to, Alphino, so you may dispense with the preamble.
Got him.
Thank you, Elise. It is the very subject of those duties which compelled me to call this gathering. Though the Warriors of Darkness no longer pose a threat, Eorzea's many troubles demand no less of our attention.
Okay.
And while I stand by the decision to approach each task as we see fit, I fear our effectiveness will ultimately be diminished should we continue to act in ignorance of each other's efforts. Thus, I propose we elect a successor to Minfilia. Not to serve as a fully fledged antecedent, perhaps, but as a coordinator of operations.
Is that all? Well, then the decision seems clear. No one else has shown any enthusiasm for the role, and judging by your performance at our previous meeting, you would seem the perfect candidate. You always did have a flair for politics.
Easy.
I did not mean to... That was not my intention. As my tenure as commander of the Crystal Braves comprehensively demonstrated, I lack the qualities required for such an office. I would much prefer to remain as I am now, a soldier in the field, so to speak.
Should none of our number step forward? Must we then constrain some unwilling candidate to take up the position?
Hostage.
Well, based on merit alone, a certain adventurer would be my choice. Though I concede she might struggle to balance her new responsibilities with, let me see, slaying primals, thwarting legatuses, and feeding the orphan poor.
Thancred makes a good point. Any who would wear such a mantle would be bound by its obligations. Have we not become sufficiently familiar with each other's methods to act without an overseer? At present, I see no cause to so willingly limit one of our number.
Oh my goodness! Help! I need some help here!
Uh-oh.
Tataru, are you all right?
Me? I'm fine. It's this poor girl who just staggered in and collapsed on the floor that I'm worried about.
Narco! God, how did... Y'shtola! Please, you have to help her.
Kral, a hand if you would. Let us see about closing these wounds.
Now, we've staunched the bleeding, but it may be a while before you can move about again. Though having seen your wounds, I'm surprised you are still moving at all.
Thank you. My message. It was too important to delay. I took the shortest route I could, though I knew it was more heavily patrolled. As you can see, my efforts at evasion were not entirely successful.
Honestly, you're too brave for your own good. What was so urgent that you needed to fight half the Empire to get here? You could have been killed.
I'm sorry, Ida. I had good reason. But I imagine your friends are wondering who this bloody mess of a Mikote is. My name is Minago, and I belong to the Alamegan Resistance. I came to warn Ida and Papalimo about one of our leaders. A man who calls himself the Griffin. He's always been dangerous, but he's planning something new. Something reckless.
The Griffin, you say? I've heard the name. Rumor has it your man is eager to test his claws.
Aye, and on no easy target. He means to assault Belsar's wall from the Alamegan side.
But what does the Griffin possibly hope to gain from such an attack?
From what I understand, he wants the fires of war to spread to Eorzea. And for that, he needs to control the border with Gridania.
So, he means to spark a conflict between the Alliance and the Imperial forces stationed in Alamigo, to have Eorzea's armies aid in the liberation effort, whether they will it or no.
His plan is flawed. Even should the Resistance succeed in occupying the wall, they would not be able to hold it. Imperial reinforcements would drive them out within a week.
Be that as it may, if there is even a chance that this scheme could bring about an escalation in hostilities between Eorzea and the Empire, the Alliance must be informed.
Agreed. I shall depart for Limsa forthwith and seek an audience with the Admiral. Thancred, Uldar is yours. Alphino and Alize, make haste to the Twelveswood and notify the Elder Seedseer of the danger to Gridania. She will duly call a council of the Alliance leaders, whom you must be ready to receive. You will be our voice in Ishgard. Explain the situation to Sir Emmerich and encourage him to send an envoy.
Okay, I can do that.
To Taru, Kryl, I leave the care of our injured messenger to you. See that she remains quiescent and her wounds closed. I believe that covers everything. Let us be about our tasks.
I suspect the ill tidings from Girabania will be held as a turning point. The beginning to a bloody end. The business of war was ever conducted with the coin of self-sacrifice.
A Stormblood end, but I'm bump.
'Twas Master Louis Soir himself who taught us that such costs are not to be ignored or denied. And so, I shall embrace them. When the time comes, I will make my choice, as you will yours.
I still have not a clue who the fuck is the narrator right now. Papalimo? Oh. I think my brain just keeps auto-correcting his voice into his ARR voice, to be honest. Alright, where am I going? God, night. Ba-bum-bum. Greetings, warrior of light. What business brings you to Ishgard? Bad news! I see. Wait here. I shall summon... I can't talk. I will summon Sir Emmerich. It is good to see you, my friend. 'Tis but a pity it must be under such circumstances. Had Lucia not informed me of the urgency of your suit, I would certainly have sent for some wine. But to business. I thank you for bringing these developments in Alamigo to our attention. Ishgard will, of course, send an envoy to attend the council in Gridania. I cannot say who will represent us, however, as the choice is not mine to make, not mine alone at any rate. Given the imminence of the threat, we may forgo the formalities of a full assembly, but I will still need to consult my counterpart in the House of the Commons prior to proceeding. Will you permit me some time to make the necessary arrangements? No, you have to pick right fucking now. I have a doctor's appointment in like 20 minutes. Hopefully I don't miss the next dungeon. We'll see. I don't know how close I am. Our representative, whomever we select, will require a suitable escort. Make your preparations and inform Sir Huldalop that he is to lead in your absence. It should only take me like 5 minutes. Okay. Yes, Lord Commander. Moira, pray accompany Lucia to the Gates of Judgment and make ready to depart for Gridania. I will have our envoy join you as soon as I can. Fury speed you on your way. I see you. Killer DPS, get you into Fable. He does a mix of DPS and tank. But if you have it up on him, then it is what it is. Now I tank, yeah. I need the tank chest piece for this dungeon. Ah. It fucks. If you have no other business in the city, join me at the Gates of Judgment. We must be ready to depart the instant the envoy arrives. Alternatively, I can go healer, and then you guys can hash it out amongst yourselves. Let's see. Gates of Judgment. Where are those again? Oh yeah. Oh yeah, I need to talk to a guy. I forgot about that. This video almost gives no XP, and if there's a piece anyone wants, we can just pass, and I don't mind flexing. Fair enough. I'll play anything as long as I have dibs on the tank gear. Checks out. We meet again. As it happens, my counterpart in the House of Commons agreed that I should act as Ishgard's envoy. Not I concede that there's any real doubt. As Lord Commander of the Temple Knights, it is my duty to sanction any military cooperation. Be that as it may, I could not in good conscience make that decision alone, not with the ink scarcely dry in the Republic's Book of Statutes. I trust you understand, my friend. Alas, I must test your patience further by making a brief stop at Camp Dragonhead. Given the trouble brewing in the Black Shroud, it would seem that the garrison is ready. I would see that the garrison is ready to defend the border. And checks out. Oh, he's right there. I couldn't see over this my massive car. The garrison commander waits within. Why not accompany me, Moira? You may see a familiar face. Oh my god, no. No! Moira, old girl, how wonderful to see you, and Sir Emmerich, too. To what do I owe these unexpected pleasures? Why is it you? Why couldn't it have been your other brother? Or anyone else? I will have some mulled wine brought up from the kitchens at once, if you will excuse. Don't worry. I'm worrying. Nay, do not trouble yourself, Honoroi. I'll soon be on our way, Lucia. A brief summary, if you will. He knows his place. He doesn't sit in the chair. Good. Yes, Lord Commander. Those villains hardly need an excuse to wage a war. Bloodletting comes as naturally as breathing to a girl. I mean to an Imperial. And thus we shall strengthen our patrols, as you suggest. We shall also be sure to communicate these developments to Lord Francois and the Observatum. How dare you stand where he stood, truly. I see you have everything in hand. Carry on, Commander. Surprised to see yours truly at the helm. I'm disappointed to see you at the helm. You and me both, old girl. I doubt I'll ever feel worthy to sit where he sat. Okay, he does know his place. I'm sad. Yeah, we can but play the hand we're dealt, and with a little help from the veterans and Honoroy's ceaseless chiding, I'm sure I'll muddle through, so worry not, old girl. Off to Gridania with you. Okay, BRB, okay. Seeing Emmerich and Gridania doesn't look right. I don't like it. Diplomatic duties have brought me here on several occasions, but I find that I am as enraptured by the Black Shroud's beauty now as when I first laid eyes upon it. I fear that this time, however, events shall not afford us the luxury of enjoying the splendor of the forest. It seems we are to have an escort to the Lotus Stand, a pleasant place to discuss unpleasant matters, is it not? Yea. Yes, of course, 'tis like that. We are the last to arrive. Let us announce ourselves, shall we? Is that just a bench full of kappas? Okay. The envoy from Ishgard is arrived. Very good. This way, if you please. Oh. And the Limsian party as well. Ayo! Oh, it's your Geary. I had hoped to slip in unannounced, but I see I was not the only one delayed in my arrival. Greetings, Sir Emmerich. Admiral, always a pleasure. Oh, God. People must have freaked out when this scene happens. It's like the two most simped over characters in this whole game. And Moira, I trust you are well. 'Tis a day for unions, it seems. I believe you are well acquainted with my escort. Lady Moira, I was glad to hear from Raoul that the missing science have now been found. There is much and more I would discuss with you, but let us first attend to the issue at hand, shall we? Oh my god, it's party.
I bid you welcome, my friends. As you will by now be aware, the Scions of the Seventh Dawn have come into possession of certain intelligence concerning recent developments in the region of Gyr Abania. It springs, I am assured, from an unimpeachable source. Is that not so, Master Alphino?
Indeed, Elder Seedseer. Our information comes directly from a member of the Resistance's inner circle, and we have no cause to doubt its veracity.
This Griffin of theirs is a fool if he thinks he can hold Belsar's wall against the Empire.
Who wants to tell them about the eyeballs?
When the Imperials move to take it back, they will come in force. And the resulting fighting is all but certain to spill over into the Black Shroud.
At the Battle of Cartano, the combined might of 3 grand companies laboured to contend with the remnants of but a single Imperial legion. Alone, Gridania would be hard-pressed indeed to hold back the tide, should the Garleans turn their minds from reclamation to invasion.
May I once more convey my nation's deepest regrets for our inaction in the days prior to the calamity. 'Tis a stain upon our ledger that I would fain remove.
I don't think you were even in a position
Elder
of power
Seedseer,
at the time, my guy.
I do
You're
hereby
fine.
request leave to deploy a defensive force within the borders of Gridania. Ishgard's return to the Alliance shall be honored by more than mere ink upon parchment.
The Doman people too would join any effort that weakens our common foe. We are few, but our most seasoned shinobi are at your disposal.
On behalf of my people, I offer you my humble thanks.
It is time we set our contingency plans in motion. Is the Alliance agreed? Then let us make ready for war. Victory favors the swift, and there is much to be done.
The Council knows that Alamigo will not soon be wrested from the Empire, and its decision to bolster the border's defences seems eminently practical. Why then, brother, do you scowl so?
I agree that they have chosen the wisest course available. Indeed, the only reasonable one. Yet something feels awry. In making ready for war, is the Alliance not granting the Griffin the very thing he desired? Any attempt to hold the wall is doomed to failure, aye. But I wonder if we have misjudged the prize for which he plays.
Oh, he's got a point. That the Council was able to reach an accord so swiftly is heartening development in itself. I only hope my misgivings prove to be unfounded. Ah, good. You have yet to depart. I feared I had missed you. Sir Emmerich. Master Alphino, a pleasure as always, and Mistress Alize, how wonderful to see you that you thus recovered. Pardon the interruption. I had hoped to thank Moira for serving as our escort before other duties called her away. I also wish to thank her Doman ally. Oh, there she is. Forgive me, my lord. I was but awaiting an opportune moment to join the conversation, and force of habit made me keep to the shadows. Fair enough. No apologies are necessary, Mr. Sugiri. I was most grateful for your introduction when I offered Ishgord's support. My nation's historic failure to heed the Alliance's pleas for aid is a matter of record. Even so, the Alliance leaders are plainly unprepared for my impromptu apology. The resulting air of awkwardness might have lingered longer were it not for your timely offer of cooperation. which allowed the Elder Seedseer to accept us both. I very much appreciate the gesture. I only did my duty, Sir Emmerich. The Empire is an enemy to us all, and we are grateful for the opportunity to fight at your side. And full glad are we to have you. Pray convey my regards to the Scions, my friends. We must return to Ishgard. Whatever is wrong with a simple sorry or thank you? Must these politicians always make a speech out of everything? Yes. Yes, they do. It's their special skill. That's how we adults speak, dear sister! Mayhap the ones who like the sound of their own voice. Got them. In any case, our business here is concluded. We should be on our way as well. Will you accompany us to your evidence toll, Yagiri? Actually, I think I shall first pay a brief visit to the East Shroud. I'm curious to know how Papalymo and Yida fared in their talks with the Sylphs, not to mention what has been going on at Balthasar's Wall. I will join you at the Raising Stones anon. Amazing. Welcome back, Moira. I don't know about you, but I am heartily glad that all of the talking is over. I understand that these council meetings are important, but do you not find it tiresome to have to weigh every word before you speak it? I doubt I will ever feel at home in the realm of politics. Relatable. That said, people have been known to change, and if my brother is willing to run his own errands, anything is possible. Got him. I will always say yes to eggnog. Well, as much as I enjoy the bustle of the toll, I think it's time we headed inside. My brother and the others will not be long. Ah, you are returned from the council, but what of Volfino? Did some other matter require his attention? Usually. Mine apologies, friends. I trust we have not kept you waiting over long. Greetings, everyone. Oh, Kryle, how's Nago doing? She will be alright, won't she? I don't think Gita could stand to lose another friend like that. After Moonbrita, she's never been quite the same, and I'm worried about her. I don't see why not. She's sleeping at the moment. Tataru is keeping an eye on her, so we'll know soon enough if there's any change in her condition. Humans are healing well with sufficient rest. I'm sure she will make a full recovery. Thank goodness for that. Now, mayhap you would share with us the Council's decision. Each of the nations, Ishgard included, has committed to providing military support to Gridania. The Eorzean Alliance will soon have a significant force in the Black Shroud ready to respond to any empirical act of aggression. You know, I almost wish the Council would stop messing around and give the Griffin what he wants. I wouldn't like to be the Imperial cop between the Resistance and the Alliance. You cannot, seriously. One does not lightly go to war with the Garlean Empire. One does not simply meme in quite. To open hostilities without due consideration would be to invite disaster. If only there was some way to reach the Griffin, some means to convince him to abandon this reckless course. It might not be entirely unfeasible. There is a network of tunnels beneath Balthazar's wall, secret passages dug by the Resistance to provide a way out of Alamigo, which may equally serve as a way in. That's how tunnels work, yeah? Precisely. If all are in agreement, I would be the one to undertake the necessary negotiations. I am familiar with the route, and the Resistance is familiar with me. About as familiar as they are with me, you mean? Say what you want. I'm coming too. I have some experience in the practice of infiltration. If you would have me, my services are at your disposal. As are mine, oh Jesus, my voice. As are mine, it has been far too long since I shared a shadow with a shinobi, and I do not intend to waste the opportunity. 4 is quite sufficient for an infiltration mission. Greater numbers will only serve to increase the risk of detection. Kryle and I will direct our energies elsewhere. What have you, Liviers? I will return to the East Shroud and stand watch over the border. Should matters take a turn for the worse, 'twould seem wise to be on hand. Might it prevail upon you to accompany me, Moira? Gridania will be safer for your presence, and while it might not seem the most thrilling duty, dear sister, might I ask you to remain at the Rising Stones to pass on messages and so on? To hold the fort, you mean? Very well, I suppose the task must fall to someone. Safe travels, all of you. Alize is in the midst of her angsty teenager phase, ain't she? You have any unfinished business in the toll? Pray attend to it now. I would depart for Hawthorne Hut without delay. The nearby watchtower offers an unobstructed view of Balthazar's wall, and I should be interested to speak with the Alliance commanders who have installed themselves at its top. Moira, there you are. Come. Mary Sachs Spire awaits? Is that the... What the fuck? I hate these names sometimes, I swear. Too much French. The Alliance officers on the platform should be able to apprise us of any developments at the wall. Fancy meeting the two of you here. We're about to set forth. Indeed, I was about to say 12 watch over you, but I doubt you have need of divine protection, even if you are venturing into enemy territory. Don't worry, Alfino. We'll have the griffin by the scruff of his neck before you know it. Do make up your mind, Yida. Nary a moment ago, you seemed ready to shake the griffin by the hand rather than the neck, so which is it to be? Would it be best to decide before we enter into negotiations? Trust me, Papolino. Papolino, I'll shake whatever needs shaken. The talking part I leave to you. I think I feel a headache coming on. Let us be on our way, shall we? I'm back. Welcome back. Some things never change, truly. Well then, shall we make for the Spire? Our Alliance friends will doubtless have news for us. How soon is that doc appointment? I think that's what he just came back from. Oh, good. Insert his lead. Ding spot is yours. Hello!
My doctor's appointment is not unlike Italian food. It's in the pasta. In the pasta.
Amazing. Welcome, Warrior of Light. I assume you are here to speak with our commanding officers. You will find them on the observation platform. Proceed.
I almost logged in as Ched Bumpus. He's not in Stormblood.
So is this upcoming dungeon a big deal?
Yeah. I'm not like there's no use hiding the truth.
Yeah.
No use hiding the facts.
I mean, it's not like it's gonna spoil it for me if you just like, oh yeah, no, this is an important dungeon.
I'm trying to think, what was like the Heavensward equivalent of this dungeon? There kind of wasn't one.
Is it gonna be like when we were doing the raid on the castrum?
I mean, remember what I said about that one, yeah. I'm just gonna say, yeah.
Okay. Greetings, my
Hold on,
friends. 'Tis good to see you both
do
well.
this now.
Hi, Pippin. Oh my god, it's Hilda! I honestly kind of just assumed they were gonna put her on a shelf forever after Heaven's Ward. I was hoping you might turn up.
No, she's cool.
Yeah.
Can you guess which job classes or that job quests she shows up in?
Gun.
Yes.
It may be Dark Knight.
I don't know. Probably she hangs out down there. I've
Yeah.
never done Dark Knight. I don't know. Shit.
I haven't either. I've dragged half the watch here, see, and the sight of you might help remind him why we bothered. If memory serves, I have not seen many of you since the day of the Grand Melee. Having borne the brunt of your blows, may I say that what an honor it is to stand at your side. 'Tis heartening indeed to see the realm's most stalwart defenders thus gathered in common cause. Speaking of which, what news from the wall? All's been quiet. Suspicious. It is no longer all quiet.
It lasted all of 2 seconds.
Yeah, you spoke a little soon there, mate. Report, what? Seven Hells. Fighting has broken out on top of the wall. A full-scale assault. That's not great. So the Griffin has made his move. Someone has. And what's that supposed to mean? Attacker, they're wearing Grand Company colors. Impossible. We gave no such order. Of course, the wall was never the Griffin's target. It was bait. We have been goaded into bullying our armies nearby, thus lending weight to his deception. If those uniforms were convincing enough to deceive my scouts, the Empire will surely think we've launched an offensive. This could mean war. Even so, this may yet be no more than a diversion. With the armies of the Alliance occupying the Empire's attention, it would be comparatively easy for the Griffin's supporters to sleep into Alamigo. He could then incite a rebellion amongst the populace, with the Imperial reserves would be hard-pressed to contain. Eorzea, meanwhile, would be plunged into chaos. Moira, we must make for the wall at once. What? Just the two of you? Our companions embarked on a mission to sway the Griffin from his course, and are likely halfway to his command post by now. They will emerge in the midst of a raging battle, and I do not mean to abandon them to their fate. It will be dangerous, aye, but the confusion may work to our advantage if we are careful to avoid the skirmishing. It may be possible to reach the Griffin, and if we can do that... Lady Hilda, might I ask that you have an airship ready to bear the Scions to safety? Ha! I don't know who this Lady Hilda is, Marshal, but you can count on me. We must prepare for Imperial reprisals. May the Navigator guide us through the storm. Forward, comrades! The time has come to drive the Empire from Alamigo and force action upon those who have turned their backs to our suffering for so long. Let this victory
that
be...
hood.
Let this victory be the first step in the liberation of our homeland. Alamigo will be free, no matter the cost. Homeboy really said no cost too great, huh?
Get me in there.
Fight the party.
Decline! No. I am a warrior. Pure of heart.
I knew that.
It's a Gokuism. Gorkin.
From what Papalymo told me, the trail ahead should lead us to the shadow of the wall. As we have two objectives, I suggest we divide our forces. I shall make straight ways to the tunnel and attempt to intercept our comrades, ere they stumble into a bloodbath. While I do so, I must ask that you scale the wall. I know that I would not propose such a course if there were any other way, but the time for subtlety is past. Take a band of your most trusted companions and cut a path through the griffin. Make him see reason by any means necessary. Okay, so kill him.
I like how this is one of the few dungeons where it's like canon that other warriors of light are with, like not like literally warriors, but like other people.
Yeah.
They're like, go get some friends.
Once we are free of the tunnels, we will make for your position with all due haste, and if everything proceeds according to plan, Hilda will then swoop in it and dispirit us all away to safety. I only pray that we have enough time. So is this going to be a long dungeon?
Nah, it's not too long.
Okay.
Honestly, the longest part about it is probably going to be the cutscenes that follow.
So I should go take a piss then.
Yes, take a piss now.
Alright, I will be right back, chat, and then we will do this dungeon. It's hella meme, hell yeah. Alright, I will be right back, chat, and then we will do the dungeon. You're in charge while I'm gone, Icy.
I walked away.
Fuck.
Man, I don't know what this new event is, but I keep seeing kappas everywhere. People are going nuts with it.
Hello, I'm back.
Welcome back.
What did I miss?
I pissed everywhere, all over your stream.
Why?
Because I'm gross.
Who's gonna clean this up?
Not me.
Damn. Alright, are we all ready for the dungeon?
Yeah.
Oh.
It's called a ready check because the notification is red. Oh. Now we have to wait for someone else to piss. Or wait, or was that...
I don't know.
They said they had to go piss, then they said they were ready.
I'm so confused.
Maybe they're pissed about how ready they are.
Me when I get ready for school. Ignore the fact that I haven't been in school for years now.
Yeah, you can't make those jokes anymore.
I realized that after I said it.
You're not a
I'm not a child.
A chilled.
Do you need to go? Sorry, I don't need to go anywhere. Especially because I grabbed my dinner.
Smart. Dinner and a show.
Yeah.
I forgot this dungeon has cool music. I feel like this music is used elsewhere. I could be wrong.
Mm.
Yeehaw.
Wishna?
Wishna.
Wishnaing?
Alright, time to do the thing that heroes do. Murder dogs.
I'm being assaulted.
Are you?
I was.
Listen. Oh, wait. There's one guy I'm not cute. What can I go to? You, motherfucker. This enemy is called a Pugnax.
I don't like it. It makes me uncomfy.
Did you get one as a mount, maybe?
It can stay wherever you get that.
Damn.
I don't like pugs, fun fact.
I've learned something about you. Someone pick that up. Yay! Gas, gas, gas! Someone pick that up.
I got it.
Yay. Look, it's me. It's my car. Fight your true self, your car. Tank buster me, will you? Come on, tank chest piece. Damn it. Come on, tank chest piece. Damn it. the armor in this dungeon is very, like, militaristic. I don't know how else to describe it. Hey! Hey! Hey!
What the fuck?
Does my tank stance mean nothing to you people?
Yes.
My mama hit those guys as they came out of the pool. Yeah, I know the chest piece doesn't come till later. I just, in my heart of hearts.
You just wish.
Yeah. This is one of the few dungeons where, like, I find a piece of loot that I really want, and it's like, how do I get that piece of loot? And they're like, oh, you just do this dungeon. And I'm like, really? And then I'd, like, queued up for it, like, twice and still didn't get it. Oh, here, you big chunky motherfucker. Man, I'm tired. I think I get so easy.
I think it's because he did this thing called work.
I know. Crazy. You know, half of my fucking day today was just staring at a fucking loading ball. It's called a Throngler or something.
That sounds so deeply inappropriate.
I need to look that up again. But, like, that might not be what it's called, but I remember there was, like, a TikTok or something I saw recently where it was just like, did you know that, like, this, like, the universal term for, like, a spinning icon that indicates loading, it has a really silly official name.
You know what else has a really funny
sword in that one post. Yeah. Robber, that's the one. I was very close, closer than I was expecting to be, honestly.
You know what else has a really silly official name?
What?
Me.
That's true, actually.
Icy knows my actual name.
It's very goofy.
Yeah.
No. Bad. Bad spiders. Bad.
But die!
Okay, I can self heal.
Oh, I got blown up.
So what you want to do is, after that, when you get that thing on where it says extreme caution, when it says motion tracking, we're not going to encounter this for a while longer, so don't worry about it, but like, what you're supposed to do is, It goes like 3, 2, 1. It counts down, and then after the 1, you want to not do anything for like a second or two. Otherwise it explodes. It's kind of like, oh, you weren't around for the Fall Guys event. Fuck.
No, I was not.
Yeah, they used that mechanic in that. Maiming gloves.
Ooh, for Dragoon.
I'll pass on those. See if you can get them. They're chonky.
Yay.
Pulling aggro, are we?
What's happening?
That was the limit break. That's fine. This boss is not really that difficult. I don't even need the limit break, really. I didn't get my chest piece, I don't think.
I mean, we've gotten primarily jewelry so far, so... Oh, is the boss the Griffin?
Beta Griffin.
Beta! Oh, look, I guessed right. Aren't I clever?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah. This fight is a big meme. Yeah. As was previously stated.
Why?
How'd you like this? Why. Oh, look away.
Did homie seriously just try to flashbang us?
Sloppy.
Sloppy.
I'll tear you limb from limb. Yeah. Sloppy.
Is he just gonna deeply say sloppy in my ear just constantly?
Yes.
I see why it's a meme.
I have you now.
Yeah. How'd you like this?
Look away.
Joke's on you, I already was.
Yeah!
Sloppy.
Sloppy.
Yeah.
I'm so glad you can finally understand that joke.
I'm being targeted.
Yeah.
It's like a family reunion.
He put a collar on you.
Not like a family reunion.
Yeah. Yeah.
Sloppy.
Yeah. I'll tear you limb from limb. Yeah.
Sloppy.
For Alamigo!
Dead.
We did it. I just hear in the distance me getting things. My character looks so pissed.
And you're like, you little fuck.
Ooh. White mage pants.
It's for the white mage.
Blood for the blood god. Cutscenes, yay.
I'm probably gonna shut the fuck up so I can listen to the cutscene, by the way.
Okay.
You've beaten me, aye.
Without hearing my own voice.
Oh, he's gonna pull out Nidhogg's eyes, aren't he? Isn't he?
But you cannot stop what I've begun. Behold, a glimpse of things to come.
We did it! We showed the bastards!
Aye! Victory is ours!
And who knows, lads? Mayhap the Eorzeans will finally see sense when the enemy turns up on their bloody doorstep.
This is for Alamigo, for Eorzea. They
They're
die
racist, you
that
bastard.
others may live.
Oh.
Vanguards! Attack!
I knew I should have killed Glorantis when I had the chance.
Seven hells. Do you hear that?
Is that a spider?
War machines.
How did they get here so quickly?
Stand your ground! For the resistance!
There's nowhere to run. We're cut off.
help us? What were we thinking? The Empire's too big. Too powerful.
Can I get that as a mount?
Mighty Rolger. Grant us the strength to crush our...
Alright, where's the primal? I'll go kick its ass.
There you are.
Hi, Papalymo.
As you can see, our infiltrators did not elude me for long. Lady Ugiri is sending for an airship even as we speak.
What do we do? This is a massacre!
How wonderful to see you, Commander.
Ill-bird. I should have known. This has to end. It has to end now. Do you not see your countrymen dying? Have your ideals rendered you blind even to that? Order the retreat, and we will help your soldiers to safety.
Retreat? With the moment of my triumph so close at hand? You truly are a sheltered child, Leverrier.
Nidhogg's eyes. No abyss is too deep for you, I see. But trust me when I say that such power was not meant for mortal hands.
How long have I struggled to reach this point? My countrymen, so inured to the taste of defeat, they no longer balk at its bitterness, shouting my throat raw with rallying cries, only to be greeted with dull eyes and blank faces. My brothers and sisters in Ulda have surrendered to their apathy and their appetites. Were it not for the glint of Lodorito's coin, I doubt even those here now would have answered my call. Take back our homeland! Free Alamigo! Ha! They'll happily mouth the words, but they won't spill the blood. You say no mortal should wield these eyes? Then I shall gladly become a demon. I will suckle on the souls of the hopeless and liberate the homeland they no longer deserve.
What exactly do you mean to do?
Did you hear their cries as victory was snatched away from them? Even with their dying breaths, they cursed the Empire. Never has their desire for vengeance been so raw, so true. A god has no need of faith when summoned by so pure a purpose.
Summoned? You cannot mean to fight the Empire with a primal! You know full well the danger, the futility of relying on such power.
Oh yes, I know their limitations. Which is why I will call upon a deity more terrible than the very black worm of the calamity itself.
What? Here? Now?
Like hells you will!
An ending to mark a new beginning. My pain, my longing, you shall have it all!
Well, we never claimed that Illibird was smart. Did he do what I just think he did? That's new. Orb. This is answers. Ah.
This light,
Big
is it?
Windoma alt fell. Ooh. I clicked the wrong thing.
His death completed the ritual. The primal is
Have
taking
fun
shape.
with that. Oh.
Well, can't we stop it? There must be something we can do.
There is one thing.
What? Hey, where do you think you're going?
Master Louisoix briefly contained Bahamut by means of a potent spell of sealing. I will now attempt to do the same.
It is harbinging the end of times. That would do it.
But that's impossible! We would need hours to collect the necessary ether, if not days!
Ah, Alphino, though I concede it may not always be apparent, I was ever your grandsire's finest pupil.
I don't like where you're going with this, Papa Limo.
Timtamati, of course! The staff still holds enormous power, broken or not.
Don't you dare, Papalimo! I know how that spell works. It is time to leave.
Quite right. Quickly now, off you go. The further away, the better.
No! If you're staying, then so am I.
No, Ida. There is a path only you can walk, and it must not end here. Not like this. Take her! Please, you have to take her!
What? No! Damn it, Thancred! Put me down! Thancred!
This is one battle you cannot fight. Away with you! Go!
Hilda! I think he means now!
I bid thee farewell again, my dear Ida. Now, let us see how good a student I truly was.
How you doing?
I'm decidedly not okay.
Oh.
You have to remember that Papalimo and Yida were my recruiters.
I know.
This feels not happy. I'm not. This does not bring joy. Why? I'm with you there, Yida. Well, if it does not spark joy, let it go. Why didn't they let me stay? Papalimo was my friend. I should have been there with him. You could see it in his eyes, Yida. He knew what he was doing and what had to be done. Master Louis Sois wore that same look right before the end. Do you think I don't know that? I know, alright. I know. There's nothing more you could have done. Illibird caught us all off guard. Even Moira was powerless to stop him. If you must blame someone, then blame me. Just promise me that you will never forget that what Papalimo strove to protect, or the lesson he tried to teach you. Don't speak to me. Leave Yida with me. Go on. Go back to the Rising Stones. The others need to know what happened here. Once again, I find myself at a loss for words. But Thancred is right. We must return to the Rising Stones and apprise our companions of all of this. Pray make your way there at once. I will send word to Y'shtola and the others of our imminent return. This game just doesn't let me recover emotionally from things ever, huh?
Man, there's too much death to worry about.
You know what's extra sad? I'm pretty sure Papalimo was my favorite of the Scions.
Oh no! I'm
not allowed to have anything in this game.
I mean, I thought Alfino was your favorite.
Alfino's more like a little brother than a favorite. These are very
Alfino's
different.
too much of a baby boy to be a real Scion.
Truly. Twould seem you bring ill tidings, brother. Aye, behind the griffin's mask, we found the grinning face of an old adversary, Illibird. I know not how, but he had in possession the eyes of Nidhogg, whose dread power he used to initiate a summoning ritual even as we looked on. By the 12. I don't understand. To attempt such a magic requires every ounce of one's aether. No one, not even grandfather, could cast it and hope to survive. Indeed, it was ever a last resort, as I am certain Papalimo was aware. Thus did the pupil follow in the footsteps of his master, even unto the grave. I have as yet been unable to explain how Illibird came to possess Nidhogg's eyes. Ascians, it's always the Ascians, Alfino. Just assume that whenever possible. In the depths of the Sea of Clouds, a perpetual storm of water and wind aspected aether rages. No mortal could endure such conditions. The Mayhappy was the work of an Ascian, but now is not the time for idle speculation. Kryl, I have need of your assistance. Yes, of course. We must inspect the cocoon of light and ascertain the state of the primal trapped within. Between our respective talents, I dare say we shall glean some measure of insight. Understood. I cannot promise I will be able to sense much through the barrier, but shall certainly do my best. As shall I. Let us be about it then. What? Without so much as a by your leave? Pray forgive our condystola her brevity. She seeketh employment, lest her grief deprive her of the will to act. A desire to comfort Ida doubtless compoundeth her unseemly haste. I too must contend with this grievous loss in my own way. By thy leave, Lady Alize, I shall honor our fallen colleague through gainful study. There exist writings which may yet further understanding of this cocoon of light.
Man, Yurianji just can't catch a break.
No. Mayhap I was too quick to judge. Surrendering to sadness and regret would be a poorer tribute to Papa Limo's sacrifice. Quite. We must begin preparation to face Ilbert's accursed creation without delay. What time we have was purchased at too dear a price for us to squander it. My emotions are not okay. School is out forever! I don't like that achievement. That's an upsetting name for an achievement. Alright, how many more quests?
I want to say, like, what, like, probably, like, 4? 5? I don't know.
I'm looking it up now. Bum, bum, bum. 3.
Oh, God!
Amoira, I wish I had more to tell you, but the situation in the East Shroud remains largely unchanged, meaning we still have no idea how long it will be before. You people talk too soon. A communication from the Alliance. One moment.
To be fair, most of the any quest that starts like that, where it's like, we still don't have any information, usually means that it's been like a whole patch.
Ah.
Since the last time they added a quest. Because this shit was added in batches.
Mm-hmm. Yes, of course, our representatives will be present. My thanks. Word from Gridania, the council will shortly be reconvened. The Alliance leaders have already begun to assemble. They wish to discuss the primal, of course. As of Yishrola's last report, the cocoon yet hung above the wall unchanged. Yes, but the Elder Seed-Seeder doubtless shares our concerns about how long it will remain so. I am told that Sid Garland has been called in to add his expertise to the proceedings.
Can you imagine being, like, playing the game during these patches? Where, like, there's a second fucking, like, Dalamud just hanging in the sky above Gridania?
Yeah.
It's just for months.
Wait, is that like a physical thing I can go see?
Probably. Maybe. I don't know.
A wise decision. The more minds we have working on this, the better. Well, then I suggest we leave the Rising Stones in Tataru's capable hands and make haste to the Lotus Stand.
I mean, Belsar's wall is literally visible from the East Shroud.
Yeah. Boat?
Oh shit, this cutscene.
I'm scared. Old man.
A word, if you would, good sir. This place, it is within the realm of Eorzea. You're an odd-looking fellow, aren't you? Still, takes all sorts, I suppose. This here's Vesper Bay. Thanalan's door to the ocean, as some folk like to call it.
Am I to understand from your answer that I have indeed arrived in Eorzea?
Eh? Yes, you're in Eorzea.
Ah! A plain response at last, and the one I wanted at that. My journey was not without its hardships, and I would sooner travel by land than put to sea again. You do not believe that so small a bark could bear me across the ocean? Such timid little sailors. I had but to set my course and set my jaw till I made port. Though, 'twould perhaps have been wise to lay down my oars a moment to sup on more than the spray of brine water. By the trembling of my limbs, I sense a brief repast may be in order. Nay, I will not hearken to the feeble grumblings of an empty belly. Duty comes before all.
Nope.
Good God, man. Are you all right?
Beol.
Thou art far indeed from home, friend.
You're young. He's like, what the fuck?
Yeah. He's like, really? On my front lawn?
I have a sneaking suspicion it might have something to do with Yugiri, honestly.
That is how, samurai and ninja do not make quite the strangest of bedfellows.
I don't like the image you've just given me.
Sorry. They both got that anime in them, in their blood.
Everything in this game has that anime in their blood.
You know what I mean, though.
Yeah. Still gonna give you shit for it. Sid looks so short compared to the Admiral.
Manlit.
No, that's Alfino. Compared to pretty much everyone.
I feel like I need to know what the lore of this pond is.
Dear friends,
It's like,
pray
why there's
accept my
always, like,
heartfelt
so
thanks
many,
for
like,
your efforts in defense
if
of
it's like a
Gridania's
Gridanian
borders.
thing, I get that, but
I
why
would
is it,
fain
like,
dwell
the
longer on my
Eorzean
gratitude for the
Alliance
support of the
HQ
Alliance,
for meetings
but
like
the
this?
situation at Belsar's wall demands that we forego such pleasantries.
According to our most recent intelligence, the cocoon of light that formed in the air above the wall remains undimmed and unbroken.
Oh, I imagine the reason is because the race that the Seed Seeder is, they can very rarely, if not never, leave the forest due to their laws. So they probably have to get like weird special permission from like the elementals and shit before they can leave. I know this because it was a big deal in my White Mage quests.
I believe it.
After measuring the cocoon's etheric concentrations, Archon Y'shtola has confirmed the presence of a primal entity.
So we must assume that Ilbert's thrice-damned god is indeed trapped within. And what news of the Imperials? They're not like to ignore such a spectacle.
Sir, a Garlean airship was observed making an approach, but the vessel was destroyed when it drew near. The Empire appears to have made no subsequent attempts to reach the object.
Lamal really was just like poke it with a stick.
The soldiers who witnessed the incident spoke of a lance of light issuing from within the cocoon. Of an entire warship being reduced to smoking ruin in the space of a moment.
Sounds like a job for me.
Veterans of Cartano, meanwhile, likened the destruction to that wrought by the fiery wrath of Bahamut.
We could face another calamity.
Thank you for allowing me and mine to accompany you. Of course. I was glad to have you.
So the Primal is awake then? Contained, yes, but for how long? We must destroy it now, lest it break free.
Agreed. There is, however, the small matter of how to get close enough to a being that swats warships from the sky as you would a bothersome gnat. Is this truly so complex a puzzle? Or have you no stomach for the obvious solution?
Oh god, it's Nero.
What in the hells are you doing here?
A pleasure to see you too, Garland. Now, if you'd be so kind as to explain to these good people why you should be begging me for my assistance, that would be most appreciated.
Oh, piss off, Nero. Now is not the time.
Who is this man?
Understandable.
Oh, how terrifically rude of me. Nero Tolskeva, former tribunus of the 14th Legion of the Garlean Empire. These days, however, one might say that I'm something of a free agent.
What do you want, Nero?
I was getting to that. Although you already know what I'm about to propose, old friend.
There is so much standing around and staring. Yeah, it's just because we're getting into the setup of the next story arc. Once we're in the next story arc, it won't be so bad, I assume. At least that's how it usually goes.
As you have rather belatedly realized, within that frail binding lurks an entity alike in strength to the great Bahamut. And the only force in existence which might conceivably contend with such a foe is the very creation which captured the Elder Primal in the first place. I speak, of course, of Omega.
And is staying in, is having hotel internet issues, and I'm going to take a siesta till Atheba gets on. So I'm going to lurk. Alright, thank you for hanging out.
Omega? That hulk has been gathering dust beneath the plains of Cartano since the Allagans breathed their last. And none alive knows how to wake it.
I'm sorry? Do you understand who it is with whom you have the privilege of speaking? I'm Nero Tolskeva, Master Engineer, the mechanical genius who restored the Ultima weapon to full operational capacity. And as luck would have it, I'm graciously offering you the use of my considerable expertise.
And what, you just expect us to accept? You're a fool if you think your deeds at the Crystal Tower are enough to win my trust, Nero.
I'm gonna sit on this one.
Trust? You wound me, Garland. All those years, studying side by side at the Academy, sharing both trial and triumph, we were countrymen once, you and I. But sentiment aside, have you a better solution? Or do you mean to send in your vaunted hero there, as you always do, and pray the world is not engulfed in flame? Let us approach the problem in a rational manner. Does not the fact that Omega slumbers in stasis point to the existence of some overriding technology? A means of control?
I would ask a question, if I may. Nero, was it not? In the event that we succeeded in using Omega to shackle the Primal in the manner you propose, what then would become of it? Do we not risk repeating the mistakes of the Allagans?
Omega is but a tool. How we choose to employ that tool is entirely up to us. Of course, if you would rather leave it buried beneath Cartano while you continue your petty squabbles above, then I suppose that is also your choice.
Abercrombie Hellboy does not trust him.
Spare us, Nero. The
I'll be
Seedseer's
baking my
concern is a
dinner.
valid one.
Okay.
He who controls Omega wields the power of the gods, the very power which led the Allagans to destroy themselves.
And does it not fall to we engineers to prevent such misuse? What was your company's proud slogan? Freedom through technology?
A creed you follow, is it? What say you? Do we take this villain at his word?
Do we have a choice there, Sid? He makes
As
one
will
wrong
I.
move.
I don't like it, but then it doesn't look like we have much choice.
Nero makes one wrong move. I'm pulling out my gun.
Would the Council be willing to entrust this matter to a pair of former Imperials?
Yes. The task of restoring the Allagan relic will be yours. But the responsibility for its reawakening must remain with the Council. Do we condone this course of action?
Aye. 'Twould seem we do. Let the record show that we invest this contingent with the authority to enter Cartano and take command of Omega. Sid, I appoint you leader of the expedition. Scions, I would ask that you assign some few of your number to escort Master Garland and supervise the other one.
We should be happy to oblige. The politics of Cartano being what they are, I dare say our neutrality will prove useful in avoiding any unnecessary entanglements.
If I am not mistaken, Doma occupies a similarly neutral position. Might we not persuade you to join the expedition, Lady Yugiri? If you suspected any foul play from Nero, you would be welcome to kill him.
My blade is yours.
Not a moment's hesitation, eh? You'll forgive me if I do not shake your hand.
Well, that was a rather unexpected development, and one which raises a number of questions, not least among them how Nero chance to learn of the council meeting in the first place. Okay, it wasn't just me who was questioning that. Got it. Mystery box! Sid and the others are assembling at the airship landing. Alize is already on her way, and it would not do to lag too far behind. Let us be off. There we go. Moira and Alfina are ready to go. The others have stepped out onto the landing for a moment, lest you wonder. Nero insisted that he be allowed to inspect the Excelsior before boarding. And you let him, despite his very timely offer of assistance. The thought of that man poking around in the workings of the ship without proper supervision does not fill me with confidence. Calm yourself, Alfina. Your sister was adamant that he would never leave her sight. She and Yagiri are, here they are now. Right, I think that's everyone. Shall I set course for Cartano? Might I ask that we delay our departure slightly? I require no more than a few hours at most. Our colleagues are studying the cocoon even as we speak, and I would hear their latest observations ere we proceed. It would seem wise to gain as clear an understanding of the situation as possible before formulating our plan. Oh, I thought time was against us. How foolish of me. Hold your tongue. When we want your opinion, we'll ask for it. Forgive me, my lady. I shall keep my counsel until such time as you have finished procrastinating. We are about to cut out your tongue. Just me and all the other women. We're all sick of his shit. Alright, well, if Eno speaks with his colleagues, I shall fly the Excelsior over to Mordona, and we can reconvene at the Rising Stones. My apologies for the trouble. I shall visit Y'shtola and the others forthwith, and join you as soon as I am able. Well, pray accompany Alize back to the Rising Stones. I would feel safer knowing you were present to entertain our guest. Right, everyone heading to Mordona is welcome to travel aboard the Excelsior. I'll clear things with the girl at the counter here. Let her know when you're ready to leave. Got it. We're traveling with Master Garland. Oh, I need to read that. It's not important. It's not important. Where the fuck am I? Oh, I'm in Mordona. I probably should have known that. Not quite a door-to-door service, but I can hardly exactly land her in Holsmead Square. No shit. Shall we join at the Rising Stones then?
So these are the fabled headquarters of the Scions. I confess I would have expected an order of self-proclaimed warrior scholars to surround themselves with the fruits of man's enlightenment. And yet there's not so much as a single piece of magitech in sight. It never ceases to amaze me how primitive you Eorzeans truly are.
Oh, I'll have you know that the Rising Stones is home to the very latest in magitech innovation. Wedge calls it the Mark 14 Thermocoil Boil Master, and it's the finest kettle I've ever had the pleasure to own.
We are returned. Well, Ida and I, at least. Ishtola and the others remained behind to continue their assessment of the binding magic.
There didn't seem much point staying just for that, so I decided to come back with Alphino. Papalimo bought us this time. We shouldn't waste it.
By your leave!
Good gods, that voice could fell a gigas.
This is the Rising Stones, domicile of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. I enter at the invitation of one Lord Urianger. I spy you there, Shadow Walker. You always were a hard one to find.
Yugiri, do you know this man?
Gosetsu, why are you come to Eorzea?
In search of you, Yugiri. For days and nights did I row across the angry sea. I made port in good spirits, only for my own flesh to betray me over the trifling matter of an empty belly. Collapsed in the street like an unfed stray I was, until Lord Urianger came to my aid. Over a most welcome meal, we spoke of the plight of Doma, and I learned of our displaced countrymen's work to resettle this blighted land. 'Twas blind fortune that I was able to locate you so swiftly.
This unit, yeah, he's just an absolute unit of a man. Also, he is hilarious so far.
But now we must make ready to depart. Our master languishes in dire peril, and Doma calls her daughter home.
It is not so simple, Gosetsu. There are obligations which bind me here.
You refuse? Did you mislay your oath during your flight from our homeland? The laws of hospitality must be honored, but surely the vow to defend your master demands the greater obeisance.
This unit sailed either the Atlantic or the Pacific in a rowboat, truly.
It was our master who bid me guide our people to safe haven by any means necessary. And it was the Scions you see before you who provided us succor and sanctuary when all others refused. Dire peril or no, were I to return without first repaying such hospitality, our master would cut me down at the threshold.
Mayhap that is so.
Japan to Europe? Yeah.
There is more. A crisis threatens all within this realm, Eorzean and Doman alike, and I go to play my part in its resolution. I will not bring shame upon our liege by abandoning my people or my duty.
How very noble of you. Now, in the name of honor, kinship, and, yes, practicality, might I suggest we get this expedition underway? Or would you rather debate the finer points of duty and leave Omega to the Empire?
So he sailed around the Cape of Africa in a rowboat. Frickin' unit, truly.
The Empire? Yugiri? You draw steel against the curse of Garlemald? Then why did you not say so? My blade is oath-bound to fall upon the ranks of the Imperials wheresoever they march. Lead on, Shadow Walker, and may the enemy tremble at our coming.
This is a good man. I am a fan. Which means he's probably gonna die at this rate. Moira, wait, can I speak for you for a moment? Do you remember when I had you meet at the Diamond Forge and we ambushed you? Yeah, you could call it that. But once we had your measurements, I set to work making you a traveling outfit in my spare time. I've only just this moment finished the stitching, but I wanted you to have it before you left. Here. You can trade on right now if you like.
What did I miss?
I'm being given clothing, and also there was a very large man, who I'm now a fan of.
Good.
It's the small painter child of Kirby fame. Ooh. I'm a fan of everything but the monocle.
Yeah, that's about standard.
Assuming we measured correctly, the fit should be just right, snug, but not too snug, if you know what I mean. So, how does it feel?
You look like you're ready to give a PowerPoint presentation on yearly earnings.
You're not just saying that, are you? Well, I can't tell you how much this means to me to have crafted something worthy of the Warrior of Light. Well, let's just say it makes all the practice worthwhile. I also sewed in a blood pearl charm, too. You know, bring you home. May it always protect you. Aw. My heart. I am overwhelmed with everything I am looking at with this, from the picture to the quest title. There is a lot happening. So we have to wake up Omega, right? When do we start? Are you sure that's... I'm sure, yes, I won't lie and say I'm completely fine, but I feel a lot better if I'm doing something useful. Very well, I will remain here and continue coordinating our efforts with the Alliance. Elfino, mayhap you could return to Gridania and assist Y'shtola and Kryl. A fine suggestion. The rest of us will form the Cartanu Expedition Party. Nero and I will focus on rousing Omega, while Moira, Yida, and our Doman friends take care of security. I enjoyed this very large man.
I think what's funny is I can't keep this straight, but I believe he's technically not a row.
You know, he
I'll look this up. Hold on.
There you go.
He definitely uses the row model.
Yeah.
But like, I believe I could
He's
be wrong
just
about
his own creature.
I think he's just a really big dude, but I could be wrong. No, he is a row. Never mind, I'm a liar. I feel like we were talking about this with someone the other day. I couldn't remember what the actual consensus was.
The Excelsior is by the lake just outside town. We'll leave as soon as everyone is ready. Far Eastern Row. Nice.
Yeah. Rose definitely got them Chud Bumpus animations.
Yeah. Which is somehow different. Because reasons. That's how it's different.
I wish we had access to that role model.
That's what Bumpus would really be.
Honestly, yeah, no, unironically, if I had the option, Chud Bumpus would look not too different from Gosetsu. Just like young Gosetsu.
So here's the question. How long does it take for Gosetsu to die?
Give it some time.
Oh. I'm not allowed to like anything in this game without it fucking dying.
No, I'm kidding.
I don't trust that. Hello, Sid. We haven't far to go. With any luck, we'll be in Cartano before Gosetsu graces the deck with his dinner. Once there, however, we had best be on our guard, even that...
Sid Gardland. I'm leaving.
Goofy. Was still active when Omega was discovered.
Think of it this way. Gosetsu could die, and I'm messing with you. Or Gosetsu could not die, and I'm messing with you.
Yeah, that's what scares me.
Got him.
We can be sure that the Empire has long been aware of its existence, and if Nero deemed it the obvious solution to the threat posed by this new primal, it's not impossible that Garlemald might do the same. Have your weapons ready and your wits about you. Something tells me we're flying into a fight. Oh, it's a solo. Hang on.
I actually don't remember the solo duty super well. Motherfuckers flame decals to make it fly faster looking ass.
It's almost like you should expect a fight because video game. They don't know that.
It never ceases to fucking make me laugh whenever your character is just spontaneously just like a bikini beach girl.
Where was that?
With a fork?
Yeah.
Murder fork. It's even better when I have to draw my weapon.
I've
and it just
enabled the
makes a funny
teleporter.
noise.
One brief jump and we shall arrive in Omega's control room.
I don't know why, but expect to fight. Yeah.
How convenient. You've been here before.
I have a feeling we're gonna run into a violent situation. Be sure to leave all of your companions behind for this.
But how could I ignore the existence of such a fascinating toy? You may trust that my preliminary examination was suitably thorough.
Trust? Aye. I trust your appetite for technology.
I'm just gonna be leveling botany in the background while you're doing this.
Fair enough.
I chased down a suspect airship, and who should I
Oh, wait, you run into this guy this early?
Sid
I totally forgot about this fight.
You sound very excited.
Searching for something, engineer?
He's wielding my two favorite weapons at once.
It's close, isn't it?
I don't know, I think it shows the heart of a warrior to charge into the fray in granny panties, truly. What a large man.
It's like all
That's
my
Chud Bumpus'
name days
little
have
brother.
come at once.
Say it again?
That's Chud Bumpus' little brother. He's a shit.
I already don't like him, so checks out.
He's adopted.
Could have sent. Take care of that brute, will you?
God damn it. Can't let Nero tinker around in there by himself. I'm sorry to leave you to it, but I dare say you'll manage without me. This clod has no idea who he's dealing with.
Oh yes, Sid, the man who has never been seen fighting before. Is like, I'm gonna ditch you. Sorry.
Large man versus large man.
I am Gosetsu, samurai of Doma. You will rue your choice of opponent this day.
Rose as wide as a pair of double doors.
Yeah. Did he think that Haas string made him scary? He just looks stupid.
No holding back.
No retreat. No surrender.
I have you.
This one'll sting.
Leave this to me.
Oh my, he wields the compensator.
It's all in steel.
Wish I could wield the compensator. But alas, I have nothing to compensate for.
Ah! Got him.
You watching, Pabalino? And open.
'Tis my right to strike!
It's all over now. The defense is lacking.
Nope.
No, but unironically, I wish I could, like... If what he is decked out in was a job, I would never play anything else.
The real samurai dude has a katana he bought at the mall. The other man needs a fridge to swing a fridge-sized hammer at you. Truly. Would it be the first time? Are you still playing with those soldiers? I suppose I can lend you one of my toys, but only if you promise to give it back. My character makes a head movement, apparently thinking that Nero can see that. Behold, the Red Baron! Now end this nonsense. What the? No one told me they have Magitech armor or forward for the Empire. The honorless cur thinks to abandon his men. I shall see that he shares their fate. Pray attend to the rest of his minions. So is this the guy that is the Garlemald man for the Stormblood?
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay.
Well, no. But he's the, like...
It's all over now.
What's that archetype in, Here's the thing. There was, like, ARR... There, you know, Garlemald was Garlemald, right? And we had Gaius von Baelsar, such devastation, McGee, right? And he was like the big bad, kinda. But then the Ascians were like, we're the real big bads. The Ascians will always be the big bads, probably. I don't know. And then in Heaven's Word, there was Mr. Garlemald. Still don't even remember his fucking name. That one guy. And he's just kind of there, and he just kind of existed to be there, to remind you that Garlemald is still a threat. And then also, like, the king of Garlemald, like, walked by in one cutscene.
Yeah, that was weird.
That was weird. So, like, Garlemald was kind of just took a backseat. Garlemald was no longer going to be taking a backseat in Stormblood. So, this is not Mr. Garlemald. He's just a guy from Garlemald that you will fight a lot. I don't know. I don't remember what that trope is called, where it's just like the guy who's not quite like
It's all over now.
the kind of like
he's the villain of the week.
Not even that. He's like the scrappy do of Garlemald, where he's just like, it's on sight, motherfucker, and he will lose every fight against you, but he will still be on sight every time he sees you, which is often.
He's just kind of goofy.
Yeah. He's the procedurally gets more and more frustrated every time he beats you. You beat him up, which is often. Like, did you ever play Paper Mario?
No.
Oh, damn it. We gotta fix that.
This bro is pathetic.
I'm opening.
Send a picture of this guy to Butter and says it's his little shitty adopted brother, and Butter was like, I agree. 100%. He's of the Bumpus line, but he does his bloodline a disservice. I mean, who can blame him, though? He had the Grow up in
Oh.
Chud's shadow.
He one-shot me, okay.
Oh, Jesus.
I didn't know he could do that.
Well, that's not fun. Here we are talking all this smack about him.
I got cocky and didn't leave the AoE. Because I was like, huh, I'll probably be fine.
That's what we get for talking shit.
Your defense is lacking.
I think we were almost done, too.
Yeah.
'Tis my right to strike!
No holding back.
Note to self, don't get
Leave
too
this to
cocky
me.
with AoEs. It's one of those lessons I have to relearn from time to time.
AoE, more like aioli. Yum.
You watching, Pabalimo?
No retreat. No surrender.
With soul and steel!
This one'll sting.
An opening.
I have you!
It's all over now. It's all over now.
Your defense is lacking.
I have you!
You watching, Pabalimo?
No retreat. No surrender.
Look upon a samurai of Doma!
No holding back.
An opening.
With soul and steel!
This one'll sting.
Leave this to me.
'Tis my right to strike!
It's all over now.
Your defense is lacking.
I have you!
You watching, Pabalimo?
No retreat. No surrender.
Look upon a samurai of Doma!
No holding back.
Soul and steel!
This one'll sting.
Leave this to me.
Okay, there we go. So this guy is just our new punching bag?
Yeah, that's the word. Punching bag. I think it was funny though, because you're like, so this isn't the Mr. Garlemald for Stormblood? And I was like, yeah. And then I remembered all the other characters that appear in this expansion. And I was like, no, no, no.
Temporal stasis disengaged. All systems operational. Garland?
All clear on this side. It's waking up.
Remarkable. Omega's sensors immediately detected the presence of the cocoon, even at this distance. They must have been set to scan for sources of energy exceeding certain magnitudes.
I still don't see any means to control the machine directly. It seems to have been designed to act wholly autonomously. Once we release Omega, we can be fairly certain it will attempt to capture the Primal at Belsar's Wall. Assuming its mission is successful, our only option at that point will be to re-engage its stasis system and put it back to sleep.
And should the machine happen to misbehave, we'll simply initiate an emergency shutdown. I confess, we don't yet have a complete grasp of its capabilities, but I'm certain the details will not elude us for long.
Well, I understood less than half of that. So, my question to you is, are we doing the right thing? What do I think? All right. Step aside, Sid. Is this the thing I need to press?
Yes, that's the one.
You gave too much for us to waste this chance, Papalimo. So this is for you. And me.
Yes! Fly free, my pretty! Show us what you can do.
Of course Nero had to make it weird.
He's just a Gundam nerd.
The launch sequence has begun. Omega is loose.
That's not good. feel like this thing would give really cool weapons.
It does.
Oh, I do get to fight it. Hell yeah.
How could they make that model and not make you fight it?
Fair enough. Also, this cutscene is loud as shit.
So, I'm not a huge Final Fantasy nerd, but upon doing some research, this isn't really a spoiler to tell you the name of that dragon. It's Shinryu. Apparently, that's like a long-standing, I don't know what you call that, theme or trope in Final Fantasy games is Omega and Shinryu are these two super powerful entities that are constantly at each other's throats. Pretty much their exact designs in prior games. Like, there's not really much of a departure. From what I understand, again, not huge. Sharing the fruits of my own research.
I can barely hear you.
All good.
Cutscene real loud. Oh! I love nuclear bombs.
Eli's nuclear bomb.
They're blasting off again!
Huh? Omega has stopped transmitting. But that shouldn't be. I didn't engage the stasis system.
And what does this signify? I have little understanding of these contrivances.
The launch went exactly to plan, but all signals emanating from Omega have ceased. This may indicate any number of things, but we will need to join the Scions out in the field if we are to ascertain which one.
I like the idea that they have no idea any of the things that just happened in that gigantic fucking cutscene. They've just been sitting in this room like, did it work?
I suggest we make our way back to Gridania.
Oh.
Omega destroyed the cocoon. Papalimo's spell is fading. It was bound to his ether, you see. And if the connection is broken...
Oh. So they are magic tattoos.
Honestly, I don't actually know the significance of those tattoos. I know they're a Science of the Seventh Dawn thing, but I assume it's a 1.0 type story point.
Yeah. Alright, so Shinryu and Omega fight in every game. I know that's what you were saying, right?
Yeah, pretty much. It's just kind of one of those long-standing
Yeah.
Square Enix things.
Mhm.
One of those long-standing Final Fantasy things.
Although I think in Final Fantasy VII, Shinryu was actually just called Chaos.
Probably, I don't know.
Hi, I've played a Final Fantasy VII game. It was very
That makes
Cerberus,
you.
but
That makes
don't
one
worry
of
about
us.
it.
They're like Survivor and Zangoose.
That
They
means
don't like
nothing
each
to me.
other. Really?
Yeah,
I thought you Pokemon.
not really. I
Oh, okay.
dabble.
Okay. Fair enough.
I haven't been hardcore into Pokemon in years.
That's true. I suppose I just assumed that you hadn't been able to escape the fucking brain rot as I had.
Nope. I'm not sure why we lost contact with Omega, but I mean to find out. Let us be on our way. Also, there's a lot of recurring motifs in Final Fantasy games. For example, a character being named Sid is one.
Exactly. It's one of those. Shinryu and Omega, Sid.
Yeah. Bahamut.
Yep.
Shiva.
All the primals, honestly. Yeah.
Ifrit.
All the primals are pretty much mainstays, but I just know Omega and Shinryu are like they're a pair in that way. Despite the fact that they look thematically entirely different.
That's kind of the point, though.
True.
One moment everything was functioning perfectly, and the next it wasn't. It makes no sense. We need to see what happened for ourselves, and soon. Words can ill express how glad I am to see you all unharmed. When Omega came hurling towards the cocoon, everything dissolved into chaos. I have to see it. I have to see it with my own eyes. You know, wait, we must first... The Elder Seed Seer is expecting us. Worry not, Alvino. Gosetsu and I will watch over her. You may safely attend your meeting. My thanks, Yugiri. And then there's just me in my bikini.
You are simply vibing. I like the idea that, like, this is all just one long day. Where it's like you were meant to be on vacation. This was supposed to be your day off. And they called you in.
Checks out. The council reconvened a short while ago. Let us make haste for let us stand in. All there are eager to hear your testimony. Are we not going to talk about how tall Nero is compared to everyone else?
Throws a beanpole.
Like your brother.
I mean, yeah. You didn't have to say it, though.
Fair enough.
Goober.
There's so much glowing happening. My friends, full eagerly have we awaited your return. Few indeed could have discharged the duty entrusted to you. And most humbly do we thank you for seeing it done. You are too kind, Elder Seed Seer. As I recall, we as good as demanded the right to try, but tell me, how did the battle unfold? We were underground, we couldn't see shit. We succeeded in waking Omega, but we lost contact with the weapon shortly after it launched. From our position in the control room, we were blind to all that followed. What words could do justice to such a scene? None of my choosing, that much is certain, but I can give you the facts. The cocoon hatched even as Omega arrived, and from its midst rode a great dragon. The pair duly set about each other in the skies over Girabania. The primals might defied belief. It seemed the very heavens would be rent asunder by the force of its blows, and it wielded such magics as I have never seen, and I hope never to see again. Understandable, Emmerich. The battle raged on.
This has all been terrible. I'm going home. Never call me again.
I see why we cut you people off.
I'm done. I draw the line at nuclear dragons.
I draw the line at Godzilla.
I know our entire country is based on the principle of killing dragons, but now we're out. Bye.
The battle raged on with no end in sight until both combatants were engulfed in a blinding flash of light. When the radiance faded, I saw the pair fall motionless in the sky, coming to rest somewhere on Alamegan soil. I will not speak of the rest, but to my eye it seemed that each had landed a fatal blow upon the other. Most among us could think only of Bahamut when looking upon the primal's form. The Domans were heard to whisper the name Shinryu. It would appear that the being resembled a creature of the Far Eastern legend, and we have found it convenient to refer to it as such. This Shinryu's fate, and indeed that of Omega, is yet unknown. We have, alas, no eyes on the Girabanian side of the border. Which is why we have sent our main force under the command of Marshal Truppen to capture the wall. With the Imperials in disarray, we have the perfect opportunity to secure Gridania's border and assess the aftermath of the impact. I myself will join the Marshal and his men when the council is adjourned. Well, that explains a few things. I'll wager that flash of light coincided with our loss of contact. Lest you wonder, we quickly re-engaged Omega's stasis systems, so even if it has fallen into the Empire's lap, it will be of no use to them, save perhaps as a statue. Correct, without me to guide their efforts, it would take them decades to decipher Omega's core functions, if they managed it at all. God, this man is so full of himself at all times.
He's like, I am literally the only one here who knows how to do things. That's my cover letter. Please hire me.
Such reassurances do much to calm our fears, yet the relic's fate is but one of our several concerns. Understandable. Indeed, I humbly submit that the time has come for us to make contact with the Resistance representatives in Girabania, though Ilberd has forced our hand. It would seem only logical to seek an alliance, given the inevitability of the Imperial retaliation, and by working in concert, it is not impossible that Alamigo... I'm trying to eat while doing this.
Brave of you.
Alamigo might finally be arrested from Garlemald's grasp. You must be exhausted. I would ordinarily suggest that we retire directly to the Rising Stones, but I wonder if we might first make a small detour. It's never a small detour in this game! It takes like 3 expansions to stop being on a detour at this point. Changed my mind, you can't. Ystrol and the others have gathered at the spire, and I imagine that you, too, would be interested to see what has become of the wall now the cocoon is gone. It is decided, then. Lead on. The cutscene is so powerful
My
it stopped the
friends,
rain.
I cannot well express
my
how
God.
glad I am to see you both unharmed. They say that Omega's clash with the Primal shook the very firmament.
You need not have worried. The battle took place far above the ground. We were able to observe in relative safety, though I'm given to understand that there were casualties on the far side of the wall.
It was like watching a nightmare unfold before our very eyes. Ilbird's primal manifested in the form of a colossal dragon, a being of pure violence. It burst forth from the cocoon with such terrible force.
I love the phrase.
That such a
being of
horror
pure
should spring from the
violence.
eyes of Nidhogg comes as no surprise. Nor do I wonder at its form. Ilberd all but announced it in the moments prior to his death. Plainly, it was his dying wish to visit a second calamity upon the Empire.
And I am quite certain the abomination would have obliged had it not found itself outmatched by Omega. Gods! I am no stranger to the works of Alag, but even I was unprepared for the machine's furiosity. It beggared belief.
And how fares poor Ida in the midst of all this? Have you spoken with her?
She is up on the platform, lost in thought. We deemed it best not to disturb her, but mayhaps she would welcome some company after all. Shall we?
The light's gone. It was all we had left of him.
Ida.
I don't blame anyone. I knew what was going to happen. I knew the spell Papalimo meant to cast would drain away his life force. I knew that it would only buy us a little time.
It's so hard to take my character reactions seriously when the sunglasses.
Ida, there is no need to explain.
Oh.
But there is.
It's Barbie.
I can't hide in Papalimo's little shadow anymore, and I shouldn't hide behind my sister's mask. 20 years ago, on the day the Empire marched into Alamigo, I was still just a child, not even 5 summers old. My father had been one of the leaders of the revolution. He had fought to overthrow the Mad King, Theodoric. And my sister had fought alongside him. But she was strong and kind, and always knew what to do. But when the Garleans came, everything changed. My father went to war against them too. And I never saw him again. After that, I remember a lot of running. My sister dragged me for malms and malms until we came to the city of Charlian. That was where she met Master Louis Soir. He introduced her to the Circle of Knowing, and she eventually became an Archon.
She was your inspiration. Is that not why you took up her mask and her name? Or did you simply mean to continue what she had started?
You've known all along, haven't you? That I wasn't Ida.
Of course. We all recognized you at once. 'Twas Papalimo who persuaded us to maintain the charade.
It was silly to think I could fool you. I knew that even then, but I sort of decided not to know. Ida died 6 years ago, on a mission to smuggle refugees out of Alamigo. They say she was overwhelmed by Imperial soldiers when she stayed behind to save a little girl. She was so strong. There must have been a lot of them. I'm sorry for lying to you. My real name is Lise.
Oh my god, she's on the lease!
He's taking a new lease on life.
When Papalimo brought me Ida's mask, it was meant as a keepsake, but I decided I wanted to be his new partner, to keep alive all the good that she had done. I didn't want to become Ida, exactly. At the time, though, I still didn't know who I was myself, and it almost seemed easier to play the role. Papalimo agreed to help, of course, but it was never what he wanted for me. He wanted me to walk my own path, and those were his final words to me. The Archon's mark he gave me is faded, and my last excuse along with it.
Oh, it's probably because it was a fake tattoo.
Whatever I choose to do from
And
now
then
on,
when
I do as
Papalimo
Lise.
died, it
And I
disappeared because
choose
his
to
magic was
continue my
gone or
family's
whatever.
fight. I want Alamigo to be the country that Ida and my father always wanted it to be.
Also, I need to turn you down. When you start talking, I can't hear the cutscene over you.
I apologize.
It's okay.
War is upon us once more.
Do you regret standing against the Empire? Would you have chosen a different road, knowing what you know now?
To claim that I never doubted the decision would be a lie. But I made my choice, and I have defended it with blade in hand ever since.
The battle continues, and our steel is needed. Come, Shadow Walker, we leave for the east, for Doma.
It was brave of Lise to remove her mask after so long. Though she has scarce begun to come to terms with Papalimo's loss, that one act made plain her determination to move forward. And should she ever falter, we shall be there to support her on this road she has resolved to walk. Let us return to the Rising Stones. We have quite a story to tell Tataru and my sister. So I'm kind of noticing a theme.
Badness?
That too. But like each expansion seems to pick a member of the Science and go like, yep, this is the important one. Oh look, credits.
Who's the important one from Heaven's Word?
Alfino.
I guess that makes sense, yeah.
AR was Thancred.
What? Really?
Yeah, I mean, he was kind of the bad guy at the end for it.
I guess that makes sense, yeah. I think AR was just all of them, in my opinion, but yeah.
It was the opening episode.
Yeah.
It was the establishing shot.
Or at the very least, each expansion, there are a select few members of the Science that they're like, we are going to focus on you and like reimagine you a little bit and give you development.
Yeah. he may have mentioned, Belfino has apprised me of all that has come to pass in Gridana. Your only task now is to rest. This is the calm before the storm. Blood up.
Got him.
Got him. Lise has chosen her path, and as her friends, we must do what we can to support that choice. We are fated to join the conflict in any case. Once the Alliance has taken the wall and opened the way to Girabania, we will have little choice but to fight. Which is not to say the cause is unworthy. After all, ignoring the plight of those whom one might conceivably save is not wisdom but indolence, correct? I, for one, look forward to joining hands with the Alamegans and striking a blow against the tyranny of the Empire, as I rather suspect do you. Money. Thank you for money. Cutscene. Quick march. Quick march. The Imperials will soon come to their senses, and we must be ready to face their retribution. It's almost time, Father. I almost stand firm, Pippin. I learned to brace myself against the charge of the Bull of Alamigo. No foe will dislodge me. Pippin and Robon's relationship is so wholesome. I approve of it greatly.
Mm-hmm. Just Pippin with a crayon and a piece of paper. This is my dad. He could kill God.
I need that as a webcomic. Very well, Ilberd. I will take our homeland back.
He's like, you win, you fuck.
For the both of us.
Hate you.
Sloppy!
Sloppy!
I get the joke now.
It's the man.
It's a man. I don't know who the fuck it is.
It's Mr. Garlemald.
Okay. So he's the Mr. Garlemald of this.
Of all time.
Yeah. Of this expansion of Stormblood. My Lord Viceroy, our scouts have confirmed the preliminary I can't talk, help.
Preliminary
reports, but Althazar's wall has fallen to the Eorzean Alliance. The hunt for Omega and the unknown icon continues, though both yet elude us, my lord. Their battle caused considerable damage across the region. Should we perchance divert some of our forces from the search to undertake necessary reconstruction work? I forgive me, my lord. I did not intend. Your will be done. Unknown? My spies tell me the Domans call it a Shinryu, and that it proved a match for Omega. Yes, the coming days promise to be most interesting. Most interesting. Viceroy is a stupid name.
It's not his name, it's his position.
Okay. At the far edge of fate, the road begins anew. The heroes look to eastern skies and behold their crimson hue. A dawn of liberation, a gathering storm of blood. Oh god! So I'm guessing this Viceroy guy is the Balthazar of Stormblood?
Baelsar?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because saying that any one guy is the entirety of Garlemald's and the reason we have problems with it would be incorrect. The game has made that very clear. Unless it's the Emperor himself, but that seems to be a temporary thing.
Do you want answers?
Yes.
So that is the Prince of Garlemald.
Oh.
We're actually getting into like the big, because Gaius Van Baelsar was just like a hero of Garlemald.
And also Burger King.
He's Burger King. And then the guys in Heavensward don't fucking matter.
They barely exist.
Yeah, no, like nothing of importance happens during Heavensward.
For Garlemald.
Yeah. But yeah, no, this guy is very much worth paying attention to.
Okay.
The question is, how will the Empire respond to the disappearance of Omega and the Primal? Oh, I didn't see you there. Forgive me.
Well, yeah, you're technically
Word
in the
from
next
Baelsar's
expansion.
Wall is proving long in the coming, and my mind cannot help but stray
even
to
more
grim
voice
places.
acting than before.
Yay! My throat will appreciate it.
Alphino, a message from the Alliance.
It's about time. Pray summon the others at once.
Yes, sir.
Goofy. Goofy game. It's just me in my bikini with all these properly dressed people.
General Uldin reports that his forces have secured the breach in Baelsar's wall.
And what of the Primal and Omega?
There is still no sign of either at this time. He writes that they will begin a more thorough investigation shortly. And, as expected, he wishes to petition the aid of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn.
As expected.
The Alliance's decision to capture a part of Baelsar's wall is open to interpretation.
The wall serves to demarcate Imperial territory, Alamigo included, from the rest of Eorzea. To an observer, the Alliance's actions could be seen as a prelude to invasion.
Indeed. And the Alliance leaders have no wish to be branded invaders.
You're saying they won't fight for Alamigo? Even after everything that's happened?
Not without the consent of her people, no. Make no mistake, Lys. The Alliance is in complete agreement that the Empire must be purged from Eorzea. However, they will not set foot in Gyr Abania until they have formally secured the consent and cooperation of the Alamigan opposition.
They would have us act as intermediaries.
Precisely. The Scions are uniquely qualified to serve in this capacity. That is to say, Lys's, given her personal connection to the Resistance. Who better than you to broker an agreement between the Alliance and the people of Alamigo? Assuming you are willing, of course.
Of course I am. You know I'd like nothing more.
As for who should accompany you on said diplomatic mission, I had a mind to volunteer myself.
Well, that covers the talking part. But you just know there'll be trouble along the way. Are you available?
Can I punch you into my schedule?
Thanks. It means a lot knowing you'll be there.
I too shall accompany you. Such endeavors are seldom hampered by a surfeit of healers.
Good point. Allow me to offer my services as well. I have spent quite enough time here of late, so I'll be coming. But we will need someone to keep an eye on things. I trust you have no objections?
None, my lady. Gladly shall I continue to serve as caretaker of the Waking Sands, and there keep watch for signs of primal and Ascian activity both.
As capable as my learned friend undoubtedly is, there are some troubles that may prove too much for a single scion, on account of which I mean to stay.
It is settled then. Let us each see to our preparations.
You can tell we're in a new expansion because the quest accepted music is different.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm going to do something spicy and decide to go into this expansion as a different class.
Ooh.
I'm going in as Dancer.
Hell yeah.
It feels fitting, because isn't that technically a class that hails from Alamigo?
I don't
Lore-wise?
think so.
I don't
I
remember.
don't know. It didn't come with this expansion, but I don't know, maybe. Possible.
I mean, technically speaking, Monk, the class of Monk is from Alamigo. I remember that one.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't know. I'm my brain no hold on to lore good.
Fair enough. My brain absorbs lore
Ready,
like
my
a
friend?
sponge.
Well then. Tataru, I leave the rising stones in your capable hands.
Don't worry, Alphino. I'll see that the place is still standing when you come back.
Mistress Y'shtola has unfolded all. You are bound for Girabania?
Aye. The Alliance would have us make contact with the Alamigan resistance as soon as possible.
It begins then. As soon it shall in Doma, if the gods are good. 'Tis but a pity it must be now. I am sorry that we shall not be present to fight beside you in the battles to come.
You have stood with us countless times, Lady Yugiri. Pray do not apologize.
Then let us thank you instead. You and yours stood with us from the first, when we came to this land as refugees in search of sanctuary. Loath am I to think what might have become of my people, had you not extended to us the hand of friendship. We will never forget. This I solemnly swear.
Much has changed since first you set foot on these shores. Revenant Toll stands as a testament to that. I'm sure your people will manage in your absence.
Indeed. They have built a new home for themselves and no longer need me to shepherd them. The time has come for Kozetsu and I to return to our master, to our home.
I know how you feel. It's time I went home too.
Though our battlefields be 1,000 mounds apart, our purpose is one. Let all men hearken to the clarion call of freedom, of liberation, from Eorzea to the far east, that they may rise up and cast down the curse of Garlemald.
Take care, you hear me? When all of this is over, we're going to celebrate. Together. Just you wait.
I should like that very much. Fare you well.
A 1,000 miles apart, yet united in purpose. Let us pray both our endeavors meet with success. Shall we then? Wait, not just yet. I knew I'd forgotten something important. Please, could you come with me? Me? What now? Alright. Then, if you insist. Ooh, a new fit. What do you think? As you can see, I designed it to be light and loose, an outfit tailor-made to the needs of a skilled fighter like Lise. Your work never ceases to impress. Much more of this, and I might have to stop introducing you to the Scion's receptionist and start referring to you as our seamstress. It's lovely, Tartaru. Thank you. I feel like I could take on a legion. I'm glad you like it. With that, I'll delay you no longer. Safe travels. Onward to Girabania. Our first stop will be at the Spire and the East Shroud. Also, after this stream, I can very much see why Sleepy didn't put me into the Heavensward spoiler channel yet.
Yeah, there was still a lot to unpack.
Yeah, there was more trauma I needed to get. All are present and accounted for. When you are ready, my friend, pray inform the officer that you wish to proceed into Girabania. Hello, I'd like to proceed with the story. The Scions of the Seventh Dawn. We were told to expect you. Shall I summon someone to escort you to the wall? Let me in! Let me in! Oh! Map!
I remember crossing the border, standing in Girabania once more. Me and my fellow Scions, the warrior of light among us. Behind us, Baelsar's wall cutting the land in two. Freedom on one side, tyranny on the other. Tyranny and the promise of a new beginning. But one that could only be bought with flames and blood.
Hey!
So as you will quickly come to realize, this expansion's entire gimmick is basically just war.
Oh.
This is the war expansion.
Okay. I enjoy the narration because it implies that this that the story isn't actually happening in real time, but it's like somebody's telling. It's like a history class that you're participating in.
Yeah. Well, because remember at the end of the Heavensward post stuff, like,
Yeah.
you see that, like, all the narration from Heavensward was from
Dracula.
Dracula's book.
Yeah. I enjoy stories that do that, actually, where it's like, oh yeah, this already happened, like, ages ago. Like it's a bedtime story or something.
Because it implies from the get-go, it's like, yeah, the story has an end. We've thought that out. We've thought that far out.
Greetings, Scions. On behalf of the Eorzean Alliance, I welcome you to Castrum Orens. Thank you, General. We were relieved to hear that your forces secured the wall without incident. Have the Imperials made any attempt to retake the Castrum since then? None, save for a few skirmishes between our scouts and their patrols. We've had barely any contact with them. But we all know it's only a matter of time before things escalate. They always do in this game. As if attacking Belsar's wall weren't enough, Elberd summoned a primal right on their doorstep. And Garlemald does not like to take such shows of defiance go unanswered. It was a declaration of war, even if it was not Ilberd's to make. And now we are bound by it, for weal or for woe. The Scions stand ready to serve, General. What would you ask of us? As stated in my message, the Alliance will not proceed without the support and cooperation of the Alamegan people. We would have you serve as our emissaries to make contact with the Resistance. Consider it done, General. We won't let you down, I swear. Then I'll leave you to it. Godspeed. Oh, hi, Sid! Ha! Of all the caster in the world, you walk into mine. Master Garland, what brings you here? A certain missing elegant weapon and draconic primal. Omega and Shinryu, I think the shinobi called it. Anyway, we've been studying their trail of destruction, hoping it might lead us somewhere, which it has singularly failed to do. Oh. Then 'tis like Omega fell to Earth and occupied territory, meaning it may already be in Imperial hands. Oops. Even so, it appears repeating that we engaged the stasis system. Assuming the command was received and executed successfully, the weapon will be of no use to them. Assuming. We should hurry up and find it regardless. For real. It's being straight fakes. All the more reason to reach out to the Resistance. If we want to press on into Girabania, we'll need their blessing. Everyone's counting on us. Let's not waste any more time talking.
So it's agreed. We should definitely stop talking.
Oh god, they all turned to look at me. That was freaky. As you've probably heard, there are plenty of factions in the Resistance, so I am taking us to see the one with the most influence. Their headquarters are located in a place called Ralgar's Reach, an old temple to the east of here, across the Veldina River. I learned a route that should allow us to avoid Imperial patrols. Stick with me and we'll be there before you know it. Oh god, I'm being chased already.
I am for murder. I'll be right back.
Okay. I live. Beach log. Amazing name. Still with me? Good. From here we will head northeast towards the river. The water is not too deep, so we won't have to swim. I'm not gonna be able to fly, can I? Nope. I don't see any soldiers. Good, let's cross. These boots were made for walking. You're wondering about the tower to the south? Yes. Why is there a skyscraper? It's part of Castrum Philedna. That's where the Imperials decided to call the old bridge after they fortified it. I call it a great big eyesore. Honestly, you can see that round banner from absolutely miles away. They never miss a chance to rub our noses in it, do they? Come on, we should keep moving. That's just an alligator. A big one, but it's an alligator. Spider. Rocks. We're here. On the other side of this pass is Ralgar's Reach. So you say, but all I see are rocks. I presume there is some kind of trick to this? Indeed. A glamour. G'day, Y'shtola. I take it they have a talented mage in their ranks, or perhaps an artificer trained in the modification of glamour prisms. Something like that. The important thing is that it fools the Garleans. Oh, before you go in, I don't know if Tatsu told you, but my friend Nago, the messenger who came to the Rising Stones, is a member of this faction. So they know us. They shouldn't attack us on sight. That said, they can be a bit jumpy, so let me lead the way. And don't go reaching for your weapons or anything. Oh shit. With a sprinkle of demasking dust, all is laid bare. Rock be gone.
I remember the old stories. How the Breaker of Worlds came down from on high and cleft the earth with a single blow. Ralga's Reach, a holy place and a fitting home for the Resistance, for the brave and the true, the loyal sons and daughters of Alamigo. They were waiting for us there. Men and women whose souls still cried out for what was lost. For what could be ours again.
I think we've been surrounded. You'll forgive us our precautions, but we couldn't be sure who had crossed the barrier. We see you now for who you are, though the signs of the 7th dawn. Get us! And me and the boys. Now, I know you would not have come all this way unless you had something important to discuss, and I'm eager to hear what it is you have to say. Let us not do this on our doorstep, eh? Come with me. I'll do that once I grab your aetherite. Baby, where the fuck? Oh, there it is.
Allow me to welcome you once more to Ralga's Reach, our humble headquarters. My name is Conrad Kemp, and I have the dubious honor of overseeing operations here.
It is a pleasure to meet you, Master Kemp. I am Alphino Leveilleur, of the Scions of the 7th Dawn, as are my comrades. Before I speak of our purpose here, pray allow me to thank you for sheltering Ida, forgive me, Lys, and Papalimo at great risk to yourselves.
No, there's no need for that. They risked their necks for us enough times. 'Twas the least we could do.
I wanted to, I mean, about the mask and...
Don't fret over that. You're not the first person to take up arms against the Empire under a false name. We'd do the same if we had any sense. My condolences for your loss, John.
Papalimo laid down his life to save us, to give us a chance to make a better future for ourselves. There will never be a better time to drive the Garleans from our lands. But we have to take the lead on this. We can't leave it to fanatics like Ilberd.
More than a few of our people were taken in by his promises. Followed him all the way to the wall. Good men and women who never came back. When Menago told us what had happened, how the bastard had made sacrifices of them for his twisted ritual, By Rolger, it filled me with an unholy fury. But what's done is done. Best we can do now is see that it wasn't all in vain.
That is why we are here today, sir. To see that some good comes of this tragedy. On behalf of the Eorzean Alliance, we do hereby extend a formal offer of military assistance to the Alamegan resistance.
Do you now? Well, go on then. I'm sure there's more to it than that. So that's the way of it, eh? The Alliance, hoping to avoid a direct confrontation with the superior forces of the Empire, wishes to engage them by proxy with our vastly inferior ones. My comrades and I must confer on your proposal. A moment, if you please.
Of course, Master Camp. Take all the time you require.
So it seems we find ourselves with a bit of free time. Forgive me, you are free to look around Ralger's Reach. In fact, I would encourage you to do so. It'll give you a better grasp of our current circumstances. Thank you, Master Kemp. I believe we will do just that. Let us make the most of this opportunity and assess the Resistance's capabilities. Free to poke our noses wherever we will, eh? I like the sound of that! Well, I already know this place inside it. How I can show you around if you'd like, Moira. Tour guide. Great, let's get started. Snake lady. I'll bet you think the Resistance is mostly made up of Alamegan Highlanders like me, but the truth is that we don't even account for half. We've got Hellsguard from all the way over by the Spine in here, and plenty of Seekers of the Sun like Nago. There's even some beastmen, well, beastwomen, I suppose. Like that one over there. She's an Ananata. They've been with us for a while now. Well, one of the smaller factions has. The rest won't have anything to do with us. They're no different from the Garlean. We're no different from the Garleans to them. They keep to themselves, spending all their time crafting. Ananata make the most amazing jewelry, by the way. They use magics to twist metals and crystals into shapes you wouldn't believe. It's a pity people hardly get to see their work, but then most don't even know they exist. That's enough about them anyway. Let's take a closer look at the statue of Ralger, shall we? Pretty awe-inspiring, isn't it? The breaker of worlds, who guided our ancestors to these lands all those centuries ago. Yida used to tell me the story of on stormy nights. She wanted me to understand, to remember. At the end of the 5th astral era, when the waters rose higher and higher, people all across Eorzea beseeched the heavens for a sign, and lo, a burning star appeared in the eastern sky and led the way to these mountains of Girabania. They who were saved by his grace pledged to honor and revere him, to devote themselves to great works without and within. A storm of blood approaches fast. Hell's open heavens weep, for no one soul doth lie beyond the measure of his reach.
I'm back.
Welcome back. The last part was inscribed on the stone by a monk of the Fist of Rhalgr. Yida explained it to me. A day will come bringing strife and sorrow that none may escape. Waste not these precious hours, but in the quiet preparation make strong the body and mind. I don't know if that storm of blood is finally upon us, but if it is, I have to believe that everything we've been through, everything that has led us to this point, will see us through in the end. Sorry, that was all a bit melodramatic, wasn't it? Let's keep moving, shall we? Off to the infirmary.
You out there licking rocks.
Yeah. This is the infirmary, as you can probably tell. Here's where the resistance healers patch up the wounded and tend to the sick. No matter how carefully we planned our operations, casualties were inevitable. It's a sad thing to think about, but it's also important to remember the cost, as Conrad would say. We should go. I'll show you to the Aetheryte Plaza next. Already been there, don't you worry. When you've seen one Aetheryte, you've seen them all, right? Not quite. This one's an older design, dating back decades to when the Fist of Rhalgr was still here. It may look a little different, but it works just the same as any other. I'll show you where the settlers are next, but don't forget to attune the Aetheryte before we go. I attuned before we got here! I love how the Moogle's in the tree, because it's probably extremely hot out here.
Welcome to the desert.
Just like home. Arms, armor, potions, you name it. These folks got it. The Resistance would be in a bad way without brave merchants to keep it provisioned. If you're short on anything, or you need something repaired, these are the people to speak to. Oh, Alfino and Alize are here. Why don't we see how they're getting on? Cowboy hat!
Oh yeah, it's time. And I believe since you're a ranged DPS class, you're actually that would be
Yeah,
the
it is.
fit for you. Yeah.
Come to take the measure of our friendly neighborhood merchants. They're a bold lout, that much is plain. If the Imperials found out they were peddling their wares to the Resistance, they would be lucky to escape with their lives. 'Tis a gamble, and I admire their courage, but their motives could hardly be said to be altruistic. Ah, here you are. I've been looking all over for you. We finished discussing your proposal, and we are ready to receive you all back at the tent. I sent someone to fetch you Stola and Kryl, so if you'd like to follow me.
Sleepy and Athena are streaming now.
Oh.
Streaming this, I should say.
Yeah.
You actually have someone to raid for once.
For real, for real.
Which, by the way, you have been going for just about 5 hours.
I noticed. This seems to be a habit of mine.
You're making fucking good time, though.
Thank you all for waiting. We have reached a consensus. I, Conrad Kemp, do hereby accept the Eorzean Alliance's proposal. You must understand, however, that our cooperation comes with certain caveats.
Those caveats being...
I take no joy in this, just so you know. Were it within my power, I'd offer you more assistance. But the Resistance is far more fragmented than you realize. The men and women in my care belong to but one of many factions. Simply put, I can only speak for the people of Rolga's Reach. Now, I have every intention of appealing to the others, and I expect many will agree. But it will take time, and I cannot guarantee universal support.
Understood. I shall see that the Alliance is under no misapprehensions as to your position.
Much obliged. But that's not the whole of it. As you can imagine, the loss of those who cast their lot with the Griffin left us short on numbers. Some of our most trusted veterans died at the wall, and we've had to fill their posts with the young and inexperienced. Frankly, everything's in a right bloody mess.
Oh, we'd be more than happy to help you get back on your feet. If we're going to work together, we'll be doing ourselves a favor.
Well, there's no shortage of work to be done, that's for sure. We're in dire need of new blood, too.
Stola and I could lend a hand in the infirmary.
Blood.
From what I saw, they could do with a few more healers.
Very well. I, for my part, shall return to the Rising Stones. I'm certain there are others among the Scions who would welcome the opportunity to fight for Alamegan liberation.
Is there anything else we can do to help?
I had something else in mind for you lot. Monargo and Mefrid will tell you more.
Understood. We won't let you down.
Right then, Monago and Mifrid are to be our keepers. Knowing not of what they require, one task is as good as the other. Make your choice, Moira. I choose cowboy hat. Yippee-ki-yay, motherfucker.
Oh.
And I feel like that's a great place to stop for today.
Cowboyification complete.
More like Stormbloodification is complete. Alright, chat. Let's commit a raid. Let's raid Sleepy. Kermit. Alright, go be a menace to Sleepy now. I require it.
You got it.
Oh, hello, Saren. What
Yeah,
funny
hello.
timing. Thank you for the raid, Saren. How was stream?
Kelp. I caught kelp. I need somebody's kelp. Not just anybody's kelp.
Did you end up getting to Stormblood, Saren?